Hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. My name is Beverly Popek, and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement and your host for the day. We are going to start our program. We thank you for joining us, and we just want to let you know that we have a breakout room that's available until 4 o'clock, and our program starts right now. To kick it off, I have the pleasure of introducing our director, Patrick Mulligan. Good morning, Pat. Oh, hi, Pat. You're on mute.
Sorry, Beverly.
Here we go.
Mute for the last 20 minutes. Thank you for the introduction, and also thank you for all of your work in coordinating this event. I want to welcome all the participants as well as all the presenters. We look forward to a robust discussion around San Francisco labor policies. This is a public service to any interested parties. It's a long review, but hopefully beneficial to any contractors or vendors or interested parties on these matters. Our office is always available for any sort of questions or concerns that may be brought to us, certainly complaints or interests. Many of the laws are very nuanced, some of them around for as much as 20 years or more, but some of them more recently implemented. We've had a great success, and I'm very proud of the work of our office and all of the staff here. So thanks again, Beverly, and I'll make myself available for any specific questions as well as the rest of the office. Thank you.
Thanks again, Pat. We have an amazing day scheduled, 8 sessions to learn all about contracting and citywide labor laws. We hope you can join us for the whole day, but come and go as you please to the sessions, of course, that interest you and are relevant to you. The schedule is published on our website and on the WebEx registration page. If you haven't done so, I invite you to open up your chat box, and the URL with today's schedule will be found there. Now, with that said, we are in session 1. This is an introduction to labor laws and requirements for suppliers. And before we get started into the actual presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features of the WebEx webinar to help you get more out of this webinar. First, I know all of you have been asking, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website in the next few days, so check there. And if you have questions about the schedules, the ordinance, please feel free to go to our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout feature and WebEx, click the join button to move into that room, and helpful OLC staff will be able to assist you until 4 o'clock. We also have a chat box that you should open up if you'd like to see those public announcements and helpful information that complement the presentation. So just go ahead and also chat with me and others. We'll be able to respond to you as we can. Now, getting to how you can ask questions and answers, we have a questions and answers box feature that's available for you to use. If you haven't opened that up, please go ahead and do so and just send us your questions during the presentation, and our staff will do their best to publish an answer by the end of the session. Now, some of the questions may require more information, so you'll be asked that we'll get back to you in the next day or two with a comprehensive answer, or to perhaps make an appointment, because sometimes we just need more information. We will contact you at the email address you use to register for the webinar, unless you put in a different email address in that questions box. So please go ahead and do that. Now, at the very end of our presentation, we will have a live question and answer session, and staff will select your questions that you submit into that questions box to be answered live by the presenter. So let's get started with session 1, Introduction to Labor Laws and Requirements for Suppliers. I'll be presenting the session, and in the question and answers box, we have Jade San Diego, and in the chat box, we have Paige Chatola. So before we get started, I want to tell you that this presentation is not intended for companies who have contracts and who operate at the San Francisco International Airport. also known as SFO. The reason why is that citywide labor laws that we refer to are not applicable at the airport because the airport is not located in the city and county of San Francisco. So if you didn't know that, that's something very interesting to understand and know, and we will let you know for every session if something is applicable or not applicable at the San Francisco International Airport. Now, the goal here for this particular session is to have you understand how to figure out which labor laws are relevant to you. It's the most frequently asked common question that people always call in and want to know. There's a lot of labor laws. Which ones are relevant to me? So we're going to gear this presentation to companies who have an agreement or plan to have an agreement with the city and county of San Francisco. And by an agreement, this means a contract for services, a permit, a grant, a lease. And if you're involved in a proposal preparation, maybe you're in sales, this presentation is also for you, but please make sure you have your human resources, benefits, and other operations units help you understand your organization's current compliance status before you put together your proposal, as you need to factor in the cost of compliance into your budget and proposal with the city and county of San Francisco. So let's get started. Which labor laws apply to you? We have two types of city laws. And on the far left-hand side, we have a box that says citywide, and the right-hand side, contract labor laws. This is the high-level categories of our labor laws and labor requirements. And citywide labor laws are required for all companies, businesses who operate and have employees working in the city and county of San Francisco. So that's something to remember and understand. And then for the contract labor laws, it's anyone who has a contract. So this contract thing, again, let's go through it. Do you have a contract with the city and county of San Francisco? And again, by a contract, it is an agreement between the city and your company, perhaps for any one of these examples listed here. A grant, a lease, a contract for construction or just professional services. And the city, I mean, we have a lot of departments, so you can go to this URL to see if your contract, your agreement with a department is part of the city and county of San Francisco. Most likely it is. You're here, so we welcome you, and there's always something for everyone here. Now, before we dive into the actual labor laws, which we will, you're going to have to know something super important, and this is your employee count. And this is to determine which labor laws are relevant to you. Now, your employee count is defined by all persons working for the company anywhere in the world. It's super, super simple, anywhere in the world. Now, does it matter where my company is headquartered? No, it doesn't matter where your company is headquartered. And you just have to remember what is your employee count, and that employee count is worldwide globally, and you will be fine to answer many of the questions to see if these labor laws are relevant to you. Now, contract labor law background, we might even have these questions where, why do I need to comply with these contract labor laws? And quite openly and super direct, the city and county of San Francisco has a standard contract template and templates that's shared with prospective bidders before you propose and want to bid on a particular contract to win. And it is a time of solicitation. That's a solicitation of the proposals and bid. Now, if you were part of that proposal or sales team that put together a response, you probably remembered these like contract, it's a contract template, and there's a lot of pages. And the reason why the city does this is that the city wants to be open and transparent regarding not only the scope of work and what the city wants you to perform for us, that we want to pay you for, to do, But we have included a copy of the contract that if you win, if you are the winner, you will sign, and you're signing on that we also required these other things, including all of these labor requirements, which are called contract labor laws. So these labor laws are applicable to your employees performing work on the contract, and that's anywhere in the United States. So I want to stop right there. That might be surprising for some people, but yes, if you have a contract with the City and County of San Francisco, the contract labor requirements are applicable to your employees performing work on the contract anywhere in the United States. It doesn't have to be San Francisco, California, or even California or anything like that. So that's something to remember. And at the time of bid or proposal, when your company put in, hi, this is how much we think it's going to cost to do this type of work and meet all of your requirements, including, of course, the labor contract requirements in your contract template, the the cost, the amount that you put in there should have included the cost of complying with these labor laws listed. In some, the contract labor laws are required because you have a contract with the City and County of San Francisco. Now, for every labor law, as I said, you have to determine if you're a covered employer, and to determine if you're a covered employer, you must know your employee count. Once you have this information, you can figure out if you are a covered employer. When you look at the labor laws, and we have a list there, this is really the first step in figuring out if that particular labor law is relevant to you, because every single labor law, contract labor requirement has information about who is a covered employer, and it will say if you have 5 or more employees, or all employers. That really literally means all employers have to comply with that particular law. So this is super important. And yes, I think you're understanding this. Every single labor law or contract labor requirement has different definitions, and you'll have to just look requirement by requirement to understand, am I a covered employer? So that's the first question you might have to really think about and answer. Are you a covered employer? And then, you know, what you need to do after that is, do you have any covered employees? And here again, the first level is, first, are you a covered employer? If it's yes, then you read on and you say, who are the covered employees? And this is where it's defined again in each labor requirement and every labor law. And you just have to go slowly one by one to understand, first, are you a covered employer? And then number two, do you have any covered employees? So for the next 2 slides, I'm going to go through the contract and citywide labor laws for for-profits. So nonprofits, pay attention. I do have slides for you, but the only difference is the employer size. So this information is truly relevant for you. And there's a lot of information here. It might be overwhelming. And I want to remind you that the slides will be published on our website, so you can get this information. So let's take a look here. So starting on the left-hand side, on the far left, we have the blue label that says all employers. That literally means that employers of any size, you have to comply with this law listed here, which is a consideration of salary history. And we are looking at the contract labor laws for the for-profits. Now, moving on over to the right, if you are an employer with 5 employees or more, you'll need to comply with the minimum compensation ordinance and the fair chance ordinance. We'll take a look at these little asterisks later after we cover this. Then we jump to employers with 20 or more employees. And remember, this is global, anywhere in the world. And then if that's you, and you might have to comply with the healthcare accountability ordinance. Then on the far right-hand side, we have the construction service contracts. If you have a construction and or service contract, or if your work, the type of work you're performing for the City and County of San Francisco has that type of work, these laws, prevailing wage laws, may apply. So as you can see, you have some very general labor laws that apply based on your size, and this is a global count. And you also have some specific contract laws that is based upon the type of work that you're doing. Now, let's look at these little asterisks here. So for the consideration of salary history and the Fair Chance Ordinance, these are required for all companies just operating in the city and county of San Francisco. These labor requirements are also citywide labor laws that any business, any company operating in San Francisco would have to comply with anyway. And then moving on to the double asterisk for minimum compensation, healthcare accountability ordinance, and all of the prevailing wage laws here. These contract labor laws usually trump or supersede our citywide labor laws, such as, say, minimum wage or perhaps healthcare security ordinance. So that's something to keep in mind. Now that we looked at the contract labor laws, that's fantastic. And you're wondering, well, what else do I have to do? Um, you, if you're operating in the city and county of San Francisco, and here's a nice little map of the city and county of San Francisco, and you have employees there, there are regular citywide labor laws that businesses just have to comply with. So for all employers of any size, we have the minimum wage ordinance, paid sick leave ordinance, lactation in the workplace, and consideration of salary history ordinances. And we also have, if you're larger, maybe 5 employees or more, we add on the Fair Chance Ordinance. And for employers with 20 or more employees, we have the Healthcare Security Ordinance, Paid Parental Leave Ordinance, and Family Friendly Workplace Ordinance. Um, Moving on to this next slide here, if you're an employer with 100 employees or more, we have our Public Health Emergency Leave as well as the Military Leave Pay Protection Act. So that's a really high overview of contract and citywide labor laws. And I'm going to get to it a little bit more about how you can see which contract labor laws are really applicable to you first, because if you have an agreement, a contract with us, that's where you're going to start with this process. So let's go to the nonprofits, your very patient nonprofits. And as promised, this is basically the same information as the for-profits. The only difference is with the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, the size that you have to be in which you may have to comply if you're a covered employer is 50 or more. So that's the difference. And going on to the citywide labor laws, the only difference with the information I shared for the for-profits, and that's applicable to you, nonprofits, is the far right-hand side with healthcare security ordinance. The size that determines if you're a covered employer is 50 or more. And then this slide is actually the same for profits and nonprofits. If you're an employer with 100 or more employees, these two laws may be applicable to you. So now I went through an overview of all of the citywide and contract labor laws. Just pausing right there, you might be overwhelmed. We have all of these labor laws on our website, and it's listed by employer size. So here again, if you know your employer size, and this is a global count, you'll be able to recreate and create your own customized list of labor laws that's just applicable to you. And then we have, now you're probably wondering which laws you have to comply with. The citywide contract, there's two big, large category. So I'm going to go into the method of how to determine this. The first thing you have to ask yourself, you start with the contract labor laws, and that's really the starting point. Ask yourself, does this contract labor law apply to you? And if the answer is yes, because you see that you're a covered employer, And then then you go to the next level, you have covered employees, then you need to understand what are the requirements for compliance. And with every single labor law we have here, labor requirement, you have options. Compliance options sound wonderful and they're fantastic, but it also presents something that's difficult because as businesses, as organizations, and you have to really determine your options and which way you'd like to go. So that's something to know. Now, if you go through this process and you figure out that the contract labor law does not apply to you, and then that's just not in your contract, then you have to look and ask yourself, do you have any operations, any business operations, people working in the city and county of San Francisco? And if that's so, you're going to have to look at the citywide labor laws. And I want to back up if I didn't make this super clear. You need a copy of your contract or contracts because some of you might have multiple contracts. And within the contract, it lists all of the required labor requirements for you. And if it's not in there, then it's not a contract labor requirement. So having the contract is key. Knowing your size, your employer size is great. So that is essentially a high-level methodology of looking first at the contract labor requirements and then looking at citywide labor laws. Now, let's get into some more specifics now that you understand that high level. There's two big categories of contract labor laws. On the far left-hand side, we have the prevailing wage laws, Chapter 6, 21C, 23. And then on the right-hand side, we have the minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinances. Which category and laws you need to comply with will really depend on the work your employees will be performing for the contract. So now you have to have a copy of your contract. It's going to have all of the great information of scope of work. And within the scope of work, if it's not super obvious, you'll have to speak to folks in your organization to really understand what are your employees doing for the city? What sort of work are you performing for the contract? And what are you getting paid for? That will help you with the next couple of steps in understanding who's covered under these laws, meaning who are the covered employees. And if you really don't know where to start, you should always start with prevailing wage first until you understand our prevailing wage laws. So go to the OLSC website and go to the prevailing wage web pages and take a look at all of these prevailing wage laws. We have 1, 2, and 3, Chapter 6, 21C, 23. The first one, Chapter 6, is construction. And if you already know, well, gosh, we're not doing any construction, so I don't think that's going to apply to us. Most likely you're going to be correct, but if you are doing construction or somehow you're involved with a construction contract, you should really look at this first and go down all of these prevailing wage laws to see if it's applicable to you. Heads up, Chapter 21C is non-construction. Chapter 23 is also something else. We have our prevailing wage session coming up next at 10 o'clock. So if you've never heard about prevailing wage before, we invite you to attend our prevailing wage session coming up at 10 o'clock. So if the type of work that you're going to be paid for falls under any of these labor laws, the prevailing wage laws, then yeah, you need to comply with prevailing wage for those employees performing that or those types of works. And then you have to ask yourself, well, who are those covered employees? And then you got to figure it out by making a list. And this list, I would say you should have names and to be very specific so that you ensure that your benefits and payroll, wages and benefits are compliant with any of these prevailing wage laws. Now, work that's not covered under prevailing wage, then you're wondering, well, what if it's not prevailing wage? Then don't worry. Then the work falls under the Minimum Compensation and Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, also known as MCO and HCAO. And here again, um, you need to go to the website, web pages for each one of these. Start with one and determine first, are you a covered employer? And if you are a covered employer, identify if you have covered employees. And if it's yes, you have covered employees, who are they? Figure out and make a list. So that's essentially the method that you need to do. And if you're just starting out and you're hearing this for the first time, it might be overwhelming. But as you do this, it becomes a lot easier. And we're also here for you, the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. So you can always call us and ask us for help. But here are some examples of work and contract laws. So again, let's look at this first bullet point. If there's construction work such as carpentry or masonry, then there's prevailing wage law or laws that apply. If somehow part of your contract you're getting paid for, you're going to have to pay for janitorial services or security guards as part of that city contract, prevailing wage applies. So you need to understand what those requirements are and what your compliance options are. And you might already be in compliance. I don't know. If you've never heard of this, you might already be in compliance. But you need to check and you need to take a look. The third bullet point, administrators, office staff, counselors, consultants, outreach folks, um, also architects, engineers, project managers. This falls under minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinance. So there is a labor law for you. Don't worry, and you just have to figure out what type of work you're performing so you can really narrow down and figure this out. Um, so those are some good examples, and let's get into a specific example here. So which labor laws, do I comply with? Prevailing wage or this MCO and HCAO? So again, if you don't know where to start, you should always review the prevailing wage laws first. They're usually work specific. And as I said before in the previous slide, go to the web page for each of these prevailing wage laws, and it will lay out and list and speak about exactly what type of jobs are covered under all of the different prevailing wage laws. If it meets you, if this is you, if this is what you're doing, your people are doing, your employees, then you need to understand that prevailing wage law, the options, and simply comply. For all of the other employees working on the city contract that isn't working under these work-specific prevailing wage laws, then you need to look at minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinance. In other words, say you know that, oh, we have a construction contract, and yeah, there's people working on construction. So yes, prevailing wage, that's a labor law. Yes, however, part of construction contracts, we have administrators, schedulers, construction managers. Just because the word construction is in there, that doesn't mean it's prevailing wage. Construction managers fall under minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinance. So be careful. Make a list and take a look and see, which one is for you and which employees fall under which law. So ultimately, what I'm hoping is that you'll be able to create an ultimate list that will define which labor laws you need to comply with. And under those labor laws, you'll have the name of the employees. And I'm going to add this now, another item. You're probably going to need to know, of course, the location. So let's go back here and take a look what you need to do. Review your contract. Get a copy of your contract or contracts and understand generally what the scope of work is. And with that, you can determine the labor laws and eventually the positions involved on the city contract. And I think make a note on the following. What is your scope of work? And then, of course, what sort of positions, jobs you're performing and you're working on the contract. And then once you have that, This might be per position. Where is the work being performed? This is maybe multiple positions or locations. And then you can always view our on-demand videos for each of the labor requirements or labor laws that you have to comply with so that you can get more information on your time. So I want to back up a little bit with C, 1C, multiple locations. You're thinking, why do I need to know the locations of where this work is being performed? This is this is important because for some of our labor requirements, such as the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, you have compliance options depending on where that person is performing work, which is fantastic for you. It's a good problem to have. So that's why you must know the location of where the work is being performed. So using that list that you've created, you need to just get information on each law to determine your covered employer, do you have covered employees, and of course, identifying them and making that list. Now, modifying and creating a final list is super important. When you make these lists, it's going to be almost like a draft or a few drafts because you will come up with that final list per law of what positions and people with their names fall under which laws and requirements and options for compliance. And again, for some of these, you're going to have to know the location of where the work is being performed. So location, again, if you joined us late or maybe you don't remember this, if you have a contract, these contract labor laws apply to you working on the contract. It's not just if you only work on the contract services and performing work in the city and county of San Francisco. If you perform work perhaps in other parts of the country, in the United States, some of these labor laws apply to you, such as, say, the Minimum Compensation Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. So here's an example. Now, these are just brief, high-level examples of the most common type of contracts and people performing work on contracts, so you get an idea of what maybe your list might look like. And this first example is a list for labor laws for professional services contracts and employees performing professional services. And professional services could be like a programmer, nonprofit worker, office administration. This does cover, of course, construction managers, schedulers, if you're involved with reports for the city, such as LCP tracker, entering data entry, entering information into, applications, this would be applicable for those folks. So the contract labor laws you would find in the contract for professional services contract would be minimum compensation, healthcare accountability ordinance, and then the fair chance ordinance and salary history. And then after that, if you're operating in the city and county of San Francisco, then you need to look at the citywide labor laws, such as the Healthcare Security Ordinance, Family-Friendly Workplace Ordinance, Paid Parental Leave Ordinance, Lactation in the Workplace, Public Health Leave Ordinance, and Military Leave Pay Protection Act. So that's an example of professional services contracts. Let's look at just a high-level draft example of a generic construction services contracts. So under the contract labor laws, you have all of your prevailing wage laws that will be listed in the contract, and you'll also have the minimum compensation, healthcare accountability ordinance, fair chance ordinance, and salary history. And then once you get through that, those are the contract labor laws. Again, ask yourself, will you or are you operating in the city and county of San Francisco with any service that you're providing for the city and county of San Francisco? And if the answer is yes, then you need to look into our citywide labor laws, such as Healthcare Security Ordinance, Family-Friendly Workplace Ordinance, Paid Parental Leave Ordinance, Lactation in the Workplace, Public Health Emergency Leave Ordinance, and Military Leave Pay Protection Act. So it's very similar, but very different in the sense of it's work specific. Now, leases, agreements, when we say agreements or contracts, it does include leases. So what do you do about these leases? Yeah, eventually you'll have to define if you have to comply and identify the positions, but first you need to get a copy of the lease. And in your lease, it's going to list all of the labor requirements that's required. Make a list, and then with the list, go back to our website and every labor requirement, ask yourself, am I a covered employer? And of course, you need to know your employer size. And then if you are a covered employer, the next question you ask yourself is, do you have any covered employees? If so, who are they? So, that's what you need to do. And then review all the employees who work on the leased property to see if you are indeed a covered employer. Now, I want to pause right there and say if you have a lease, make sure you review your lease and read that section that lists perhaps the labor requirements, such as maybe the healthcare accountability ordinance. Sometimes departments, they change, they have it listed that, yeah, you have to say comply with the healthcare accountability ordinance, but they may say, and they have a right to do this, say that we want all employees working on the property, and you have to do this. You have to comply with this law for all employees working on the property. Therefore, that contract requirement is going to supersede what we have on our website. So going back to your contract, your lease or your agreements will really be key in starting you off with all this. Now, let's take a look at a high-level list of examples for labor laws for the Port of San Francisco lease. We have prevailing wage requirements. We have the healthcare accountability ordinance. We have the fair chance ordinance and salary history. These are the four or high-level items of contract labor laws, and prevailing wage is a bunch of them there that I'm saying that you'll find in a Port of San Francisco lease. For citywide labor laws, if you have a lease with the Port of San Francisco and you're thinking that I am leasing, space that's over water. Well, actually, all of the Port of San Francisco leases are in the city and county of San Francisco. So if you know you are operating in the city and county of San Francisco. So take a look at all of these citywide labor laws as they may apply to you. So we have minimum wage, paid sick leave, healthcare security ordinance, family-friendly workplace ordinance, paid parental leave ordinance, lactation in the workplace, the public health emergency leave ordinance, and military leave pay. So yes, if you have leased facilities over the water, you are still operating in the city and county of San Francisco, and ultimately that means that citywide labor laws may apply to you. Now, I keep saying may. Why am I saying that is that, as you can see, if you have a specific contract labor law, perhaps that is the labor law that trumps a citywide labor law, and you won't know until you dig in, you make a list, and understand the intricacies of if if you're a covered employer, do you have covered employees, and if it applies. So quite frankly, it is a process. You should really focus your energy. You shouldn't multitask when you do this. And I'll pull out something here really quick. We have healthcare accountability ordinance as a contract labor law, but we also have healthcare security ordinance. And some of you might be thinking, oh my goodness, which one? Well, you need to attend the healthcare accountability ordinance and perhaps the healthcare security ordinance sessions today to understand uh, both of those, because you might have to comply with both of them depending on how many hours an employee works, because you have covered employees for maybe healthcare accountability ordinance. And at the same time, you may also have employees who are covered under the healthcare security ordinance. So there is a example or situation where you might have to comply with both healthcare laws. So anyway, let's move on to our tips and best practices. So if you follow the methodology and information that I'm providing here, I think it's a great starting point. And everything is really based on your contract. You start that first. You're going to really figure out the contract and labor laws that are relevant to you, make that list. And then you also have to keep in mind, do you or will you operate in the city and county of San Francisco? And if so, you're going to have to get information on the citywide labor laws. And for every single labor requirement, labor law, you're going to get information and details to determine, are you a covered employer? Do you have covered employees? And if it's yes, yes, and yes, then what are the requirements and options for compliance? And remember, you're probably going to need location of where the work is being performed for some of these labor laws. We do have resources for you. As mentioned, we have a video on demand library that you can access at your leisure, and you can always use the slides that we have to take notes, because sometimes there's a lot of information in this. And then we also have our website. Our website is very robust. It has a lot of information. If you're not sure where to go, start with each labor requirement or laws webpage and start reviewing information there. And that's where you can also find contact information on how to contact us. So if you have a question about prevailing wage, you would go to the prevailing wage webpage and contact the prevailing wage unit. If you have questions for the salary history unit, you would contact the salary history unit directly. That's the best way to do all of this and get the answers quickly as you need. This is our general contact information. And if you've listened to this and you are still, and you try this, or you're wondering, you think you need help, you haven't been doing this, you didn't know about these contract labor laws and how it relates and interplays with the citywide labor laws, you can always contact us and make an appointment, and we can go through this with you. So let's see here. We are at our live question and answer session. You can still submit a question in the question and answers box that may be selected to be answered. We've had Jade selecting a few already, so let me start off with the first one that Jade sent me here. I have a lease with one of the departments at the city. Does this count as a contract? Does this mean that the contract labor laws apply to my company? Yes, a lease with the city and county of San Francisco, or any of the departments in the city and county of San Francisco, means that you have a contract, as we generally say. This is an agreement. So you do have a contract with the city and county of San Francisco. And yes, within that lease, within that contract or agreement, you do have contract laws that apply to your company. You didn't say if where your lease is with and some details, so there's more to it than that, but generally speaking, that's your answer. Okay, so let's go to the next question. Is a grant a contract? Yes, a grant is a type of contract, just as a lease is a type of a contract. So yes, a grant is a type of a contract, and this information and all of our contract labor laws that we have here offered may be applicable to you. Next one. What is the easiest way to figure out which labor laws apply to my company? We have a contract with the Department of Public Health. Okay, so I think you should pause, and the best way to do it is to get a copy of the contract and to have some special focus time and list all of the labor requirements listed in your contract so you understand which contract labor laws apply to you, and go start there first. And then after you're done with that, you can take a look at the citywide labor laws and make a comprehensive list of just labor laws in general or requirements that apply to you. Along the way, you're going to have to know the scope of work, what type of work you're performing, and where the work is being performed. And labor requirement by labor requirement, you can really determine, you know, the options of compliance. So let's see. Next one. I've never heard about these contract labor laws before. Is this a new requirement? So no, this is not a new requirement. Since the city and county of San Francisco has had contracts and agreements, we've had labor requirements, and for example, for the past 20 plus years, we've had prevailing wage and minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinance contract requirements in there. So it's not a new requirement. If you're feeling that this is new and this is not a good feeling, definitely take a look at your contractor contracts, make an appointment with us at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, and I'm going to advise you to contact the Minimum Compensation Ordinance Unit. Paige, if you could just drop that into the chat box. It's mco@sfgov.org. Ask to make an appointment. We'll make an appointment with you and sit down and take a look. And the great news is that if you don't have an active investigation with us, we can perhaps offer you a voluntary compliance program or perhaps a self-audit, but that's going to be discussed with every unit that you need perhaps to do that with. So contact us and we can assist you. Let's see this last question. This is very helpful. Who should I contact for assistance? Because I guess this person needs more help. So this is pretty much the same thing. Feel free to contact each unit that you have a question with. But overall, if you just don't know where to start or you're stuck on your list and you're trying to really understand this, but you just can't understand it, contact the Minimum Compensation Ordinance Unit and we'll be able to assist you. So thank you for joining us for session 1. We will take a short break, and session 2, prevailing wage, will start at 10 o'clock. If you'd like to speak to OLSE staff, feel free to join our technical assistance breakout room. They're there for you. And we'll see you here just about 10 o'clock. Thank you. Hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. My name is Beverly Popek, and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. Our office is here to help you understand your labor compliance requirements. Welcome to Session 2, our prevailing wage session, in which we will cover Chapter 6, Chapter 23, and Chapter 21, all contracting labor laws that may be present in your contract with the City and County of San Francisco. Before we get to the presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features of our WebEx webinar to help you get more out of this webinar. First, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website. If you have any questions about the schedule, ordinances, please feel free to go to our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout room feature and click on join to move into that room. Helpful OLSC staff are there to assist you until about 4 p.m. We also have a chat box that you should open if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complement the presentation. You can also chat with any one of us and we can try to assist you. Now, how can you ask questions and get answers? Today, we have a questions and answers box feature available for your use. Just send us your questions through this box during the presentation, and staff will do their best to publish an answer. Now, some questions may require more information, and you may be asked to contact us. Also, if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days at the email address you use to register for this webinar to set up a time to meet or provide a comprehensive answer that's just not possible today during the session. And at the very end of the session, we will have a live question and answer session in which staff will select your questions to be answered live by the presenter. Brina Gonzalez is our presenter for this session. We also have Jimmy Hewitt in our questions and answers box and Paige Chatola staffing our chat box. So good morning, Brina.
Morning, Beverly. Thank you for having me. So we'll be going over, so again, my name is Brina Gonzalez, and I will be going over the prevailing wage requirements for city contractors. All right, so, hold on one second. All right, so today I will be going over 4 San Francisco ordinances pertaining to prevailing wage. So this includes Chapter 6, Chapter 23, Chapter 21C, and the Citywide PLA. So now I'll be giving a brief overview over the prevailing wage requirement we will be covering. So Chapter 6 is applicable to public works contractors. It requires public works contractors to pay prevailing wage and fringe benefit rates set by the DIR, or the Department of Industrial Relations. Chapter 23 is applicable to entities that buy, lease, or receive transfer of city property. It requires entities to abide by prevailing wage requirements for city contractors. Chapter 21C applies to entities that enter into contracts, leases, permits, or management agreements with the City and County of San Francisco. It requires entities to pay the prevailing wage and fringe benefit rates on certain non-construction scopes of work as set by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And then lastly, we'll be going over the Citywide PLA. So this is applicable to contractors performing covered work on public works projects issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Works or Recreation and Park departments that meet a specific dollar threshold. It requires contractors performing trade work on covered projects to utilize the union hiring halls and to hire workers and apprentices and to pay fringe benefit contributions to the union trust fund programs. So I understand that some of you are here in regards to contracts at the airport. So please be aware that only Chapter 6 in the session might be applicable for you. We'll be going briefly into Chapter 6. So if you want more information, you can join our LCP Tracker webinar, where we go more into depth on Chapter 6, the Citywide PLA, and the City's Certified Payroll Reporting System, LCP Tracker. This is held on the second Tuesday of the month, except for this month due to the holidays. So please see the link in the chat box there, which page just entered in. In addition, the Chapter 21C sections will be going over the 21.2C, which is for the janitorial services, and the 21.11C, which is for the security guard services, do not apply to contracts at the airport. So what is prevailing wage? Prevailing wage originated during the Depression era, and there are currently 38 states nationwide that have these laws. It's required for all public works projects that are funded by federal, state, and/or local government. So prevailing wage is the total hourly rate plus the benefits required to be paid to trade workers on public works projects for a particular craft classification or type of work performed, or construction work. So you can see here the three components. So you have the basic hourly rate plus the benefits to equal the total hourly rate. So what is public works? Public works refers to infrastructure projects paid for wholly or in partly from public funds. So here are some examples of public works projects at different levels of government. So for federal, we have the building at 7th and Market, which solely use federal funding. So this the Davis-Bacon laws apply. For state, we have the New Beach Bridge Span, which was a state project. So the California Department of Industrial Relations wage determination applies. So or DIR. So the DIR publishes wage determinations twice a year, February 22nd and August 20th. Updated wage rates to follow. And then we have the San Francisco funded projects. So examples include the street and sewer projects by Public Works, port renovations by the Port of San Francisco, building a play structure at a park by Recreation and Parks, and planting of bus and bike lanes by SFMTA. So the San Francisco Administrative Code Chapter 6 enforces prevailing wage requirements for these projects. But we'll be talking a bit more about this on the next coming slides. And then lastly, we have the other government agency funded projects. So some projects are not funded by federal, state, or city government. Instead, they have a unique government agency that is specially established for the project. So examples include the Trans-Bay Terminal Project, which is governed by the Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority. And then another example is what you see on the screen here, which is the Golden Gate Bridge Suicide Deterrent Net System. And so this is governed by the Golden Gate Bridge District. But these projects still qualify as public works, and therefore the prevailing wage applies. So next we'll be going over the San Francisco Administrative Code Chapter 6. So San Francisco Administrative Code Chapter 6 governs public works or improvement contracting policies and procedures in the city. This only applies to construction work, and the Chapter 6 departments affected by, or the departments affected by Chapter 6 are listed below. So we have MTA, SFO, PUC, Rec and Park, Department of Public Works, or DPW, and then also the Port of San Francisco. And then, so here are some crafts covered by the prevailing wage. So such as the cement masons, which you see at 53, the laborers at 49, and then iron workers you see at number 2. So you can find these these crafts on the DIR website. So the link will be provided also in the chat function. Please also note that there are also sub-classifications under each craft as well. So you can find them in the chat box, which Paige just entered in. And then next, we have Chapter 23. This applies to private housing developments sold by city-owned land. So effective as of April 20th, 2016, San Francisco Administrative Code, so effective as of April 20th, 2016, San Francisco Administrative Code 23 mandates prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements on private developments on city-owned or leased property, and private housing developments on property that was sold or transferred by the city. So here are some examples of private developments on city-owned or leased property. So here we have Pier 70. So Pier 70 was leased by the city for private development and renovation in exchange for a long-term lease as tenant. We also have the giant seawall lot 337. This was leased by the city for new mixed-use development, which includes 40% affordable housing or homes. We also have the 30 Van Ness. This was sold by the city for residential development. There's also the Balboa Reservoir. So this is city-owned property sold for housing development. So just some best practices for construction-related prevailing wage compliance. So please attend the pre-bids and pre-con meetings if applicable, and the certified payroll training as well. Please also submit certified payroll to LCP Tracker on a regular basis if applicable, as well as maintain and furnish payroll records and fringe contribution records as required. And please also contact us or OLSC if you have any questions regarding the prevailing wage. And so our contact information will be sent later on the later slides. So next we'll be going over the Chapter 21C, which is miscellaneous prevailing wage requirements. So as I mentioned earlier, traditional prevailing wages for construction-related work. So now we'll be going over the non-construction related prevailing wage. So Chapter 21C, which is very unique to San Francisco. So Chapter 21C, so the Board of Supervisors established 10 prevailing wage classifications that are not recognized by the DIR, or Department of Industrial Relations. They're not public works, and they're not construction related. This also applies to San Francisco service contracts, leases, management agreements, and permits. And it applies to work performed at any facility or properties owned and leased by the city. So like we said earlier, there's 10 categories of work under 21C. But today we'll just be focusing on two categories. So we'll be talking about the 21C.2, which is the janitorial services, and the security guard services, the 21C.11. Okay, so for janitorial services, so these are for any contracts signed with the city on or after January 16, 2004. Um, so for 21 C janitorial services, working more than 7.5 hours in a day would require overtime pay. So for example, if you're working or if you have an employee working 8 hours in a day, the 7.5 hours would be considered straight time or regular time. And then the 0.5 hours worked after that would be considered or would require overtime pay. Please note that health and welfare payments are not required other than San Francisco benefit requirements such as HCSO may still apply. There are also two exemptions. The nonprofit organizations to provide work experiences for people with disabilities, and then also the services performed under jurisdiction of the Airport Commission or the SFO. And so you can find the link here at the sfgov/information/prevailing wage, non-construction workers, which Paige also put into the chat function. So you can find the current rates, but please note that the rates are also subject to change. So next is the 21C.2, which is for window cleaners. This is a subclassification of janitorial services, which is why they have the same. They're both 21C.2. So journey person rate. So for janitorial service workers, the window cleaners, the journey person rate must be paid to all employees with 3,900 hours worked in the window cleaning industry. And there are also ratio requirements. So you have 1 trainee to 4 journey person cleaners, which cannot or shall not be exceeded. And then also, Paige also put the link into the chat function as well. The janitorial services, there are also 2 exemptions that apply. So there's 2 exemptions that may apply. There's the nonprofit organizations to provide work experience for people with disabilities, along with the services performed under jurisdiction of the airport or SFO exempt. There's also 4 classifications. You have the base, the Leadman base, scaffold and boss, Leadman scaffold, boss and chair. And then so you can also find the links in the chat box, but please note that they are also subject to change. So next is the security guard services, or 21C.11. So this applies to contracts signed with the city on or after June 2nd, 2017. So this applies to contracts issued by the city for security guard services on city property. Amendments to extend the current MCO and HCAO, or Minimum Compensation Ordinance, and Healthcare Accountability Ordinance contracts will trigger the 21C11. So no waivers on health and welfare contributions on HCAO, or waiver provisions do not apply to the prevailing wage. However, the HCSO may apply to employers if they have more than 20 employees. So you can find the current rates on the link in the screen, as well as the chat function as well. There's also exemptions that apply. So we'll go over that on the next screen. And then just some important notes as well. The HCAO waiver does not apply to prevailing wage. If an employee signs a health benefits waiver form under 21C11, the employer is still required to pay the health and welfare contributions directly to the worker. However, if the employer has 20 or more employees, the HCSO applies. So next we'll be going over the exemptions. It's going to be a couple of slides. So we'll run through these ones. So like we said, but the other ones as well, some exemptions include the city contracts issued by the SFO or Airport Commission to be performed at any facility owned, leased, or otherwise under the jurisdiction of the SF Airport Commission. This also, so city contracts for a cumulative amount of 10,000 or less per security guard service provider in each fiscal year. And then also the exemptions include the celebrations of a marriage, a domestic partnership, or civil union. Again, this also includes events less than $10,000 and free access in a public park or public street, or property under the jurisdiction of the Port Commission. This also exempts any permit or agreement to exchange in film production, as well as in a circumstance that would be preempted by federal or state law. And then also a total number of employees providing security guard services for the event is less than 15 persons. So just some best practices and compliance issues. So please review all contracts, leases, permits, and management agreements for 21C prevailing wage triggers. Review 21C's contact on the OLSC website. And please also pay attention to the footnotes on the wage charts. Maintain and furnish payroll records and fringe benefit contributions as required. And please contact OLSC if you have any questions regarding prevailing wage. So lastly, we'll be going over the Citywide PLA or Project Labor Agreement. So these are prevailing wage requirements for projects issued by the San Francisco Public Works or DPW and the Recreation and Parks Department, the Parks Rec and Park departments that meet a specific dollar threshold. So what is PLA? What is the Citywide PLA? This is an agreement between the City and County of San Francisco and the San Francisco Building Trades Council and its affiliated unions. This was signed and took an effect on July 14th, 2020. And like I said earlier, it only applies to covered contracts that are issued by Public Works and Recreation and Parks. So the intent of the Citywide PLA is to promote public interest in assuring timely and economical completion of public projects. So contractors performing trade work on covered projects are required to utilize trade appropriate union hiring halls and to hire workers and apprentices, as well as pay fringe benefit contributions on behalf of workers directly to the appropriate union trust fund programs. So what is covered projects? So covered projects does not include any public works or improvement projects undertaken by SFO, PUC, or Port of San Francisco, or the SFMTA. The airport and SFPUC have their own PLAs. This is a citywide PLA, which only applies to DPW and Rec and Park. And then so this includes construction projects advertised by DPW or Rec and Park if the following conditions are met. And then you can see below. If a project is funded by general fund and bonds, the higher standards or the lower dollar amount would trigger the PLA. So so this would be projects funded in whole or in part by general obligation or revenue bonds, and the estimated construction cost exceeds the threshold below, which is the 1 million after July 14th, 2020 to 2040. And then the project is funded by any source other than the above mentioned bonds, and the estimated construction cost to be more than 10 million. So LBEs, or the Local Business Enterprise Exemption. So qualifying LBEs are exempt from the terms and conditions of the PLA. So LBEs must be certified by CMD or Contract Monitoring Division under Administrative Code Section or Chapter 14B. The LBE exemption applies to LBEs whose cumulative payments are less than 5 million on citywide PLA covered projects. If the prime is LBE exempt and works on a PLA project, once they receive the 5 million in payments, which means they meet the threshold, then the exemption expires on every current and ongoing project. However, the prime's LBE status would not affect the LBE's subcontractor exemption status. So the LBEs who have been issued the 5 million in cumulative payments on covered projects are no longer exempt from the PLA. All right, so this concludes the prevailing wage section of the presentation. If you have any questions regarding prevailing wage, please contact our office at the prevailing wage hotline, or you can email us as well on the link there. So the prevailing wage at sfgov.org. And please also be sure to check out the OLSE website for more information.
Well, thank you, Rena. At this time, we are now at our live question and answer sessions. You can still submit a question in the question and answer box that may be selected and answered by Brina live. So, Brina, while you were there, Jimmy queued up a few questions. Brina, the first question is, if I have a contract working on a concert or one night event, who do I contact for information regarding the rates?
Well, you can first check out our website. So the link provided in the chat. Or you can, but if you have additional questions, please free to contact our office. Emails preferred, so at the prevailing wage at sfgov.org email address that was shown on the prior slide, as well as in the chat function as well.
That's great. Next question. What if an employee is just learning a trade or is just a helper on the project? Can I pay him or her a lesser wage?
Short answer is no. Long answer would be all employees must be paid the prevailing wage rates for the type of work performed. So only apprentices who are enrolled in a state-approved program are allowed to be paid less than the prevailing wage rate for the craft that they perform.
Okay, and then next question. I am a professional services provider. Will I be affected by the citywide PLA?
Yes. Under certain circumstances. So generally, the citywide PLA does not include professional service contracts. However, professional service contracts that include trade work performed under design build contracts would be covered.
Okay, so this question says, I have a contract with the city. Do my staff that perform janitorial services need to be paid janitorial services prevailing wage rates?
So you're only required to pay the janitorial service prevailing wage rates if you have a direct janitorial service contract with the city. So if your company is providing consulting services and your staff just happens to like clean the bathrooms or office spaces, then that does not need to be paid at the janitorial prevailing wage rates.
Oh, that's good information. Here's another one that Jimmy just sent over. If my employees are not scheduled to work on a holiday, do I still need to pay them? What rate do I need to pay employees who work on a holiday?
Um, yes, so employees are entitled to pay a holiday pay regardless of whether they are scheduled to work. Um, so work performed on a named holiday is paid at the 1.5 uh, overtime rate or time and a half. And then any work performed beyond the 8 hours would be paid at the double time rate. Mm.
Okay. If owners or partners work on a project, do they need to be paid prevailing wages?
Yes, so anyone who works on public works projects must be paid the prevailing wage rates for all hours worked. So if you're on the field doing work using tools, so you're required to be paid the prevailing wage. You would also need to submit certified payroll to the city's certified payroll reporting system, LCP tracker. If you haven't used the system before, or if you want a refresher course, the city offers free monthly training held on the second Tuesday of the month, except this month due to holidays. But it'll start up again in January. And the link was provided in the earlier slide in the chat box.
Thank you. And this question, actually, that was a good segue, perfect with this question. It has to do with certified payrolls and things like that. The question is there a difference in uploading certified payroll reports to LCP Tracker for PLA projects versus non-PLA projects?
Generally, no, with one exception. Um, so on PLA projects, contractors will need to upload either a letter of assent or a statement of exemption as an e-document before certifying their first payroll. Yeah.
That's good to know. And then what should I do if an employee performs more than one type of work each day?
So you must keep accurate records of how many hours the employees work in each classification. The employee must be paid the prevailing wage rates for each craft classification and type of work performed. You can visit the DIR website, the Department of Industrial Relations website, and compare the scope of work for each craft listed on the website or on some of the wage determinations to the scope of work you're performing. If you have any questions regarding the type of work that's being performed by each craft, you can contact our office of the Prevailing Wage Unit. So the Prevailing Wage email I mentioned earlier, it's prevailingwage at sfgov.org. And then you can also contact the Department of, or contact the state as well.
Great. And Paige just put the prevailing wage at sfgov.org email in the chat box if you're interested. And then this is the last question. I guess we don't have a lot of questions right now. What documents or information is required by OLC when OLC is verifying the contractor, if the contractor is in compliance with prevailing wage?
So payroll records such as pay stubs, canceled checks, timesheets, company policies, and then also the fringe benefit payment to name a few to prove that the prevailing wage and the fringe benefit records are being paid correctly.
Oh, great. We don't have any other questions. Folks, if we didn't answer your question, please be patient with us. We'll contact you in the next day or so at the email address you registered for this webinar. And, and we'll also try to answer questions before the next session as our staff are working to answer questions as I see. So thank you so much, Rena, and thank you for joining us for session 2. We are going to take a short break, and session 3, minimum compensation and healthcare accountability ordinance, will start at 11 o'clock. If you'd like to speak to OLSC staff, feel free to join our technical assistance breakout room. Since we have a little bit of time, I'll tell you how to get there. There's multiple ways, but I think the easiest way is at the top of WebEx, there is a menu bar. Top right, there's a help. To the right, to the left of help, you will see breakout sessions. If you click on breakout sessions, select the join button, and you will be able to join the breakout session room, which is our technical assistance room. And that room will be staffed until 4 o'clock. So until 11 o'clock, we'll see you then. Thanks. Hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. My name is Beverly Popek and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. Our office is here to help you understand your labor compliance requirements. We have an amazing day scheduled to learn all about contracting and citywide labor laws. We hope you can join us for the whole day, but come and go as you please to the sessions that interest you. The schedule is published on our website and on the WebEx registration page. Please open up the chat box and the URL with today's schedule will be found there. Welcome to Session 3, Minimum Compensation and Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. These two ordinances are both contract labor laws. Before we get to the presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features in our WebEx webinar to help you get more out of this webinar. First, the slide deck and a recording of the webinar will be available on our website. If you have questions about the schedule, ordinances, please feel free to go to our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout room feature and click on join and you will be moved into that room. Helpful OLC staff are there to help you until 4 p.m. We also have a chat box that you should open if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complement the presentation. You can also chat with me, your host for the day, although this schedule for this session, I'll be also in the questions and answers box. So please be patient with me for response. Now, how can you ask questions and answers? Today, we have a questions and answers box feature available for you to use. Just send us your questions through this box during the presentation, and staff will do their best to publish an answer. Some questions may require some more information, and you may be asked to contact us. Also, if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days at the email address you used to register for this webinar to set up a time to meet or provide a more comprehensive answer that's just not possible during the session. And at the very end of the presentation, we will have a live question and answer session, and your questions will be selected to be answered live by the presenter. So Jade San Diego is our presenter for this session. And we have myself, I'm in the question and answer box. Paige Chatola is working the chat box, and Yordanios Dejan is driving our slides. Good morning, Jade.
Thank you, Beverly. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Jade San Diego, and I will be going over the Minimum Compensation Ordinance and the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. Now, keep in mind, these laws are different than the citywide laws a lot of us are already familiar with. These are contractor laws, meaning if you want to work on a contract with the City and County of San Francisco, you must ensure compliance with these laws. Next slide, please. So before we get started, please know that this presentation also applies to companies who have contracts at the San Francisco International Airport. Next slide, please. So the MCO and HCAO applies to non-construction workers who work on the San Francisco contract. These laws cover workers regardless of where the work is performed, as long as it is in the U.S. Some examples of these workers who are covered under these laws are office staff, project managers, and architects who perform work on the San Francisco contract. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's dive further into the Minimum Compensation Ordinance. Next slide, please. First, you need to determine if the MCO applies to your firm and your employees. A covered employer is anyone with 5 or more workers working anywhere in the world. They must have a contract with the city, and this also applies to subcontractors and subtenants. So if you're going to hire a sub, make sure they also comply with the MCO requirements. After determining that you are a covered employer, you need to determine who the covered employees are. A covered employee is anyone working for that covered employer on a city contract and if they're performing the work in the US, regardless of the number of hours they work. Next slide, please. Compensation part consists of both wages and time off. Wages is the hourly rate that the employee is getting paid, and this is dependent on the type of firm that you are. So for for-profit entities, the current rate is $20.22 per hour, and for nonprofit entities, the current rate is $18.93 per hour. The MCO wages must be paid at the current rate that's listed on their website, and remember that the rates do increase every July 1st. Next slide, please. Now, the time off key requirements has two parts, paid time off and unpaid time off. For the PTO, the ordinance requires you to provide 12 days of paid time off for a 40-hour work week employee. For employees who work less than the 40 hours per week, there is an accrual rate that's shown, and there's no waiting period to use the accrued PTO. And remember, this is the property of the worker, so it does need to be paid out upon separation. For unpaid time off, or UTO, the employer is required to provide 10 days for a 40-hour work week employee. And this is, and there's also an accrual rate shown for employees who work below that 40-hour threshold. This does not apply to temporary or on-call employees, and the employee can use UTO as unpaid sick time to care for themselves or family members. Next slide, please. So I understand this is a lot of information. So here is a link to the MCO website and the MCO rules and regulations. And we will also provide them in the chat so you can access that later on as needed. And these will have more detailed information about the PTO and UTO as well as the requirements. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance. Next slide, please. A covered employer is anyone that has 20 or more workers working anywhere in the world. Like MCO, this applies if you have a contract with the city. And again, subcontractors and subtenants also need to comply. An employee is covered if they work at least 20 hours a week or more on that city contract, and if they're performing the work anywhere in the US. If you have a worker with hours that fluctuate from week to week, make sure that the average number of hours per week during that applicable month is 20 hours or more. Next slide, please. So if you have an employee that works on a city contract in San Francisco but is working less than 20 hours per week, then that employee is not a covered employee under the HCAO, and the employer is exempt from the HCAO requirements for that employee. However, if the employee is working in San Francisco, you may need to comply with the basic citywide labor law, like the Healthcare Security Ordinance. And we can provide their contact information here, just in case you want to reach out to them. They also will be presenting in this webinar later today at 12:30. Next slide, please. So a lot of employers get these two ordinances confused. So here's a brief summary of the differences between the HCAO and the HCSO. For the HCAO, this can apply to people who work outside of San Francisco, for example, the San Francisco airport. And this requires employers to provide a specific quality of health insurance. On the other hand, we have HCSO, which is a spending requirement and does not require the employer to offer health insurance or any particular program. Please note that within an organization, some employees may be covered under the HCAO and some under the HCSO. It just depends on what the work is, where the work is performed, and how many hours that employee is performing the work. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's get back to HCAO. Let's talk about HCAO compliance. So depending on where the work is being performed, the employer has 3 options to choose from to comply. So let's go over those 3 options. Next slide, please. So the first option is available in all locations in the US. This is where the employer offers each covered employee a compliant health plan at no charge to the employee. This is effective no later than the first of the month after 30 days, and a compliant health plan must meet all of the HCAO minimum standards. If you have any questions about health plan compliance reviews and answers to HCAO minimum standards questions, you can contact Max Gara from the Department of Public Health. Next slide, please. Option 2 is only available for work performed in the City and County of San Francisco International Airport, or the San Bruno Jail. For this option, employers can pay the HCAO fee rate per employee per hour to the San Francisco General Hospital, and this is capped at 40 hours per week. The HCAO fee rates can be found on their website. The rates are adjusted every July 1st, and the current rate is $6.35 per hour. Now, keep in mind, if employers choose this option, they must pay the current fee rate to be in compliance, and this is not a benefit or money for the worker. You're basically paying a fee to comply with the HCAO. Next slide, please. As for the third option, this is pretty much the same as option 2, except this is only available to employees not working in the City and County of San Francisco, the airport, or San Bruno Jail. And for this option, this is to pay the fee amount directly to the employee, and this is also kept at 40 hours per week. And you can contact the HCAO unit for best practices and options. Next slide, please. Now let's go over the other MCO and HCAO form requirements. There are 4 forms that we will go over: the declaration forms, the posters, the Know Your Rights form, and the HCAO voluntary waiver form. Next slide, please. So let's start off with the declaration forms. These forms are required for city contracts, and when you fill out these forms, you're basically agreeing to comply with the ordinances when the ordinances apply to your firm. And the department cannot request a waiver or exemption for the declaration, as this is a requirement. And also note that if you are a nonprofit receiving a grant, you may be exempt from HCAO. However, you would still need to fill out the declaration forms. Next slide, please. So here is a copy of the MCO declaration form. This form highlights the requirements and clarifies where to go for the details on how to comply with the MCO. You can contact us if you have any questions about what executing the form means to your firm. And the completed form must be emailed to SF City Partner Support at sfgov.org as stated on the form. Next slide, please. Here's a copy of the HCAO declaration form. It looks very similar to the MCO form. I do want to bring your attention to the execution section, which is at the bottom of the form. These are the same for both the MCO and HCAO declarations. When you fill out the forms, make sure that the firm name and federal tax ID number matches exactly with how you have it registered through your supplier portal. So for example, if you registered your firm in the supplier portal with a name that includes an INC at the end of it, and you fill out the declaration form without the INC, then the declaration form may get returned to you for revision. So just keep that in mind. Next slide, please. So the second required form is the MCO and HCAO posters. The posters inform workers of their rights under the ordinances, and these notices do need to be posted in a common place, for example, a break room. For employees who work remotely or in isolated locations, you may email the notice to them or make the notice available on your company's intranet page. The posters are available on our website in multiple languages, and it needs to be posted no later than 30 days after the new wage rate takes effect. Next slide, please. The third required form is the MCO and HCAO Know Your Rights forms. These are for employees to fill out, acknowledging that they are aware of their rights. We suggest you have new hires complete the Know Your Rights forms at onboarding and have current employees who perform work on the San Francisco contract also complete the forms. We update the posters and the Know Your Rights forms at least on an annual basis every July 1st with the updated MCO rates and the HCAO Department of Public Health fee rates. Next slide, please. The last form that we will go over is for the HCAO. This is the voluntary waiver form. This is used if the employee declines the employer's offer of a compliant health plan. So we always advise our employers who are going to comply with the HCAO by providing a compliant health plan, then during the open enrollment, you need to provide the employees with both an enrollment form for application and a waiver form for declination. The waiver form is required as this is proof that the employer offered a compliant health plan and the employee declined. Next slide, please. Some compliance reminders. As previously mentioned, the rates are adjusted every July 1st. So you have to provide your employees the required forms on an annual basis by July 1st. When there are changes at other times during the year, we update the form and notify email subscribers and include the updated form on our website. Make sure to keep the executed forms for 3 years after the termination of the San Francisco contract for your records. Other resources that are available to you, we have MCO and HCAO webinars, rules and regulations, frequently asked questions on our website, along with all posters and forms that are available for you to print or download. Next slide, please. Now, this concludes my presentation, but if you want to contact our office, here is our information. And I believe we do have some time to take questions now. Right, Beverly?
Yes. Thanks again, Jade, for your questions. So we had a lot of questions that I've been trying to provide answers in the questions and answer box. So folks, if I didn't get you an answer, and some of the questions asked, we do need to set up a time with you to get just some more information, and you have options. So it's just going to take a little bit more time than just a quick answer in the question and answer box. So I did select some questions for you, but before I go through that, Jade, I'd just like to say in general, the contract labor laws such as the MCO and HCO apply to covered employees working on the contract in the United States. So it's not for every single person in your entire company. If everyone in your company is working on the city contract, then maybe that's the answer. Yes, they're all covered. But if you have just a pool of employees working on the contract, those are the folks that you have to figure out if they are covered. And most likely so, especially with the minimum compensation ordinance being any hour worked. So Jade, I did select some questions for you to answer live. And let me see, the first one is where can I just get some more information? It's just like a general follow-up to get more information about everything you mentioned.
Yeah, so you can find more information on our website, and we can provide the link in the chat.
Okay, great. And then this is an HCO question. My employees work less than 20 hours a week on the city contract. Am I exempt from the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, HCAO?
So if your workers work less than 20 hours a week, then on the city contract, then yes, they are exempt from the HCAO. But remember, you still have to fill out those declaration forms promising that if your workers become covered under the HCAO, you will comply. And also keep in mind that if they are working in San Francisco, then the HCSO may apply, which is the basic citywide labor law.
Right, and folks, we have a HCSO session that's going to start at 12:30 p.m. So join us there if you're interested in HCSO. And what you're actually hearing is that if you are performing work in the city and county of San Francisco and HCO does not apply, at the very least you need to comply with the Healthcare Security Ordinance, which is a citywide basic law about that. So join us then. Jade, this one is from an employer that has a collective bargaining agreement with a union. It says, I have a CBA with a union. Should I be in compliance?
So that's a really good question. And the answer is not necessarily. Having that CBA with a union doesn't necessarily mean you are compliant. It just depends on the language in the CBA. So for example, if there's a waiting period for a worker to access a health plan or accrued time off, then that wait period usually means the policy is not compliant. So it's just best to reach out to our office for further assistance.
Good, good information. Instead of making payments to the San Francisco General Hospital, can I give the payments to my employees? And this is referring to the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance as a question.
Okay, so you can only make the payments to your employees if the employee does not work in the city, the airport, or the San Bruno jail. And I believe that's the third option that I went over in the presentation.
This one is a minimum compensation ordinance question about paid time off. This employer offers unlimited PTO to their employees. So are they in compliance? That's their question.
So that's another really good question. A contractor can offer unlimited PTO, but when a covered employee separates from employment, then that contractor does need to make sure that the employee either used up the 12 days of PTO, if this is a 40-hour work week employee, or pay out the balance for the unused PTO that the employee would have accrued based on the MCO accruals. Now, if the contractor does not keep track of the PTO used, then the contractor has to pay the employee for all of the PTO that would have been accrued at the MCO rate. So you can offer unlimited PTO, but it is still best to track it.
Great. So it sounds like everyone should be tracking and staying organized. So let's see here. I have another HCAO question. I'm offering health insurance. If my employee waives the health insurance, do I have to pay the $6.35 fee?
So no, you as the employer have the option on how you want to comply with the HCAO. If you choose to offer your employees a compliant health plan, then you just need to provide them that enrollment form. If the employee waives, then you have met your compliance obligation, but just make sure you have them sign the waiver form that's on our website. That's proof that you offered and the employee declined.
Next question, do holidays count toward the PTO accruals? And this is an MCO question.
So typically the holidays do not count because the employees cannot take the day off at their discretion, unless the company offers floating holidays to be used at the employee's discretion, then yes, but set holidays are not included.
Okay, and then last question, can I have separate accrual banks for vacation and sick leave instead of a paid time off or PTO bucket?
So yes, you can have separate banks as long as the combined rate of accrual for the vacation and sick is at least at the MCO PTO rate. But keep in mind that when the employee separates, again, you have to pay out any remaining MCO PTO accrued. And if you're providing some of that PTO under the sick leave, you would need to pay them out for that to be in compliance.
Thanks for that. So, folks, we will try to answer your questions in the next day or so. Um, if at the email address you've registered for this webinar, a lot of people did write in about knowing and wanting to know more about the PTO. Paige sent over information about our video on demand library. We have that available right now from our website, and for any labor requirement ordinance, you can go on there right now after this webinar to watch it and review it. We also have the slides that accompany that video. These video on demands, they're a lot more comprehensive and detailed with every single ordinance, something that we just can't do on a all-day highlighted session like we're offering today. So if you do need more information about MCO, HCO, or any of the ordinances that are offered today, and maybe you can attend today's sessions later on, please feel free to go there. And I'd just like to say again that yes, this webinar is being recorded and will be posted. The recording will be posted along with the slides on our website in the next coming days. So we are going to take a really short break, and at 11:30, we are going to have session 4, and this is fair chance consideration of salary history ordinances. And these two ordinances are contracting as well as citywide labor laws. So please join us for that. And if you'd like, you can also go to our breakout room to speak with OLSC staff. Thanks, and see you in about 3 minutes. Hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. My name is Beverly Popek and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement and your host for the day. Our office is here to help you understand your labor compliance requirements. We have an amazing day scheduled to learn all about contracting and citywide labor laws. We hope you can join us for the whole day. But if you can't, just come and go as you please to the sessions that interest you. The schedule is published on our website and on the WebEx registration page. Please open up the chat box and the URL with today's schedule will be posted there. So welcome to session 4. It's Fair Chance Ordinance and Consideration of Salary History Ordinance. These two ordinances are both contract as well as citywide labor laws. Before we get to the presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features in our WebEx webinar to help you get more out of this webinar. First, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website in the coming days. If you have any questions about the schedule, ordinances, please feel free to go to our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout room feature and click on join to move into that session, and helpful OLC staff are there to help you until 4 p.m. We also have a chat box that you should open if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complements the presentation. And you can also chat or message me, although I am working in the questions and answers box, so please be patient for a response. And that brings us to how can you ask questions and answers? We have a questions and answers box feature available for you to use. Just send us your questions through this box, and during the presentation, we're going to do our best to publish an answer. Some of the questions may require more information, and you may be asked to contact us, perhaps to set up an appointment so we can get some more information. And if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days at the email address you used to register for this webinar to set up a time to meet or provide a comprehensive answer that's just not possible during the session. And at the very end of the presentation, we will have a live question and answer session in which staff will select your questions to be answered live by the presenter, who is, by the way, Jade San Diego, our presenter for this session. And also, we have myself staffing the question and answer box. Paige Shatola is staffing our chat box, and we have Yordano Stajian driving our slides. Hi, Jade.
Thank you, Beverly. Good morning again, everyone. Again, my name is Jade San Diego, and I am a compliance officer with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. For today, I will be going over the Fair Chance Ordinance and the Salary History Ordinance. Next slide, please. So before we get started, I want to be clear that this presentation is not intended for companies who have contracts at the airport. And this is because the airport is not located in the city and county of San Francisco. Next slide, please. So let's get started with the Fair Chance Ordinance and know that this is both a contracting and citywide labor law. Next slide, please. First, you have to determine if the FCO applies to your firm and to those applying for work at your firm. So under the FCO, a covered employer is anyone with 5 or more workers working globally, and the planned position must be based in San Francisco, working at least 8 hours per week. For employers with city contracts or other types of agreements, the FCO applies regardless of the number of employees. And again, the position must be based in San Francisco, working at least 8 hours per week. Next slide, please. So the FCO is a process law. This means there is a step-by-step process that employers are required to strictly follow when it comes to applicants or employees with arrest and conviction records. Next slide, please. So because the FCO is a process law, it requires a compliant hiring process. So I highly recommend you visit our website to access our FCO Employer Toolkit. This toolkit has sample documents strictly for employers to use. This is to help to assist them in the step-by-step process. Also, watch our FCO Employer Toolkit video series to fully understand the entire process. And these videos will go over more specific details that we will not be able to cover in today's session. So just make sure you take a look at that. Next slide, please. So let's go over what a compliant FCO hiring process looks like. Next slide, please. Let's start off at the beginning of the hiring process, which are the job announcements. So job announcements cannot say that applicants with arrest or convictions will not be considered for the position, nor can the job posting state that a background check must be passed. The job announcement must clearly demonstrate compliance with the FCO by including a statement that's similar to the language that we have on the slide that says, pursuant to the San Francisco Fair Chance Ordinance, we will consider for employment qualified applicants with arrest and conviction records. So in order for the job announcements to be compliant with the FCO, it has to have that language or something similar. Next slide, please. So next is the job applications and interviews. Job applications cannot ask about an applicant's history of arrest or convictions, and during the interview, the employer also cannot ask about or inquire into arrest or convictions. After the interview, you can make the decision to hire the applicant. However, if you choose to run a background check, you have to make a conditional job offer first. Next slide, please. So once you make a conditional job offer to the applicant, then the employer can ask about convictions, unresolved arrests, and even run a background check. I do want to clarify that OLSC does not require you to conduct a background check. The employer can make a decision to hire the applicant at any time during the process. Next slide, please. So if you do choose to run the background check, there are 7 categories of information that should not be considered when reviewing the background report. The first one is an arrest not leading to conviction, participation in a diversion or deferral of judgment program, convictions that have been dismissed or expunged, convictions in the juvenile justice system, a conviction that is more than 7 years old. There are exceptions to this rule that I'll go over shortly. Number 6 is an offense other than a felony or misdemeanor. So for example, a traffic ticket, and any decriminalized offenses, such as some cannabis convictions. Now, I do want you to take note of number 5, as this is one of the most common violations that we do see. Employers should not consider a conviction that is more than 7 years old. And as mentioned, there are some exceptions to this rule, and we'll go over that in the next slide. So some exceptions to prohibited information. Employers may consider convictions and arrests that are greater than 7 years old if the position that they are applying for supervises minors, dependent adults, or anyone over 65 years of age. Employers may consider infractions when it is a significant part of the job they are applying for. So for example, if driving was a big part of the job, then you can consider driving records from the DMV. Next slide, please. Other exceptions are if your business or firm is regulated by federal or state laws that requires a specific hiring process for certain jobs, then this preempts the FCO, meaning the FCO would not apply. So some examples are jobs in the financial services and insurance employees. Next slide, please. So let's get back to the compliance process. After conducting and reviewing the background report, if there are no issues, then again, you can proceed with hiring the applicant. If after reviewing the background report and you find an issue that you would like to look further into, you have to conduct an individualized assessment. In this assessment, you have to consider the duties and responsibilities of the job and how the issue on the background report directly relates to what the person would be doing on the job. So consider things like how long ago was the conviction or unresolved arrest, how old was the person when it occurred, and consider any evidence of rehabilitation. Next slide, please. So after reviewing the applicant's criminal history and conducting the individualized assessment, you can decide, and you decide not to hire the person, you must give that person a copy of the background report, the individualized assessment showing why the job offer is being rescinded, and you have to allow the applicant at least 7 days to provide a response. So for example, if there is an error in the background report and any mitigating circumstances and or evidence of rehabilitation. So some things to consider: did the person perform the same job elsewhere since the issue on the background report? Does the person have any reference letters or complete a rehabilitation program? So those types of things should be considered. Next slide, please. Following the 7 days, you need to conduct an individualized reassessment using the new information provided by the applicant. If the applicant needs more than 7 days to respond, you can provide another period of time for the applicant to provide further information. So an example of allowing more time is if the background report is incorrect, and the applicant needs to provide documentation confirming the correct information, or the person is waiting for a recommendation letter. Then once you have all of the information, you need to make a decision on whether to hire the applicant or not. If you decide to not hire the applicant, you have to give them the final decision in writing with a copy of the reassessment and provide a copy of the FCO poster, as that applicant has the right to file a claim with our office. So that's what a compliant hiring process looks like. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about what the FCO doesn't do. The FCO does not require employers to give preference to those with unresolved arrests or conviction records. It doesn't limit the employer's ability to choose the most qualified and appropriate candidates. And the FCO does not require, nor does it prohibit, a background check. Next slide, please. So let's go over some common violations that we usually see for the FCO. The first one is employers asking about convictions on job applications. Employers refusing to hire an applicant based on a conviction that is more than 7 years old, and the position doesn't meet one of the exceptions. So that's a very common one. The next one is employers implies that the individuals with arrest and or convictions will not be considered or hired. So for example, languages or statements like must pass a background check. Next slide, please. Other common violations: employers conduct a background check before the conditional offer of employment has been made, failing to provide a copy of the background report, and failing to provide 7 days for the applicant to review and provide a response. So all of these are violations. Keep in mind, all our office needs is one violation to the FCO to determine that your company did not comply with the FCO. Okay, so make sure you fully utilize that employer toolkit. Next slide, please. For best practices, go to our website to review the ordinance, view and download the employer toolkit, and watch the videos for more detailed information on the FCO. Remember, the FCO is a process law. Therefore, you have to take the necessary steps to be compliant with the FCO. Next slide, please. So here is our contact information for the FCO if you want to get a hold of our office. Next slide, please. Now let's look into the consideration of salary history ordinance. Next slide, please. So the consideration of salary history ordinance has a focus on job applicants. This ordinance intends to minimize the gap in wages between men and women, and the thought that if a person has a lower wage rate from the beginning of their employment career, then this is likely to continue on a similar path if salary history is taken into consideration for future positions. So this is what the ordinance is trying to prevent. Next slide, please. So the salary history ordinance is a simple law. Let's go over the key provisions. The first one is the ordinance prohibits employers from asking applicants about their current or past salary. So whether on the job application or during the interview, you cannot ask about their salary. The second one, employers may not disclose a current or former employee's salary history without the employee's written authorization. It is okay to consider salary history if it is publicly available, but if not and someone calls you for a reference about a current or former employee, you cannot disclose their salary information. Okay, next slide, please. The third key provision is if an applicant voluntarily and without prompting provides their salary, then the employer may consider the salary information. So again, only if the applicant voluntarily provides it without being prompted. And an example of this would be if they wanted being the applicant wanted to negotiate their wages, and they can disclose their current salary. That would be okay to consider. And number 4, in general, this ordinance applies to all San Francisco employers, which also includes city contractors, prime and sub performing work on San Francisco contracts or agreements. Next slide, please. So some best practices to remember: make sure that you do not inquire about the salary history at any time during the hiring process. Inform everyone involved in the hiring process about the requirements under the consideration of salary history ordinance to avoid any violations. Next slide, please. So here is the website for the consideration of salary history, as well as our contact information. And this brings us to the end of this session. Please submit your questions to both FCO and consideration of salary history in the Q&A box. And I believe we have some time for questions right now.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Jade. Folks, we have some good questions in there. I'm doing double, triple duty here, so I'm responding to some of your questions with answers a little late. And we will get to your answers. And if you don't hear from us, we will reply to you at the email address you used to register for this webinar. So don't worry about that. And we are at our question and answer session right now. And I did select some questions for Jade. And so Jade, the first question I have here, does the FCO require employers to conduct a background check?
So no, nothing in the ordinance requires employers to inquire into conviction histories, conduct background checks, or to base employment decisions on conviction histories. This ordinance only applies to employers who choose to run background checks.
Great. And when conducting a reference check for an applicant, can I ask the salary information? So this is a salary history question.
So the answer is no. That's what the salary history ordinance prohibits. You cannot inquire into salary information.
And I saw this question, if it's open and transparent, if it's public information, then of course the employer can use that information. Um, let's see, how about this question? What if my company is not based in San Francisco? Does the Fair Chance Ordinance apply to my company?
So the FCO applies to employee positions located within San Francisco. So regardless of where the employer is located, as long as the employee is working an average of 8 hours per week in San Francisco, then the FCO applies. And this also includes telecommuters. So if someone is working from home in San Francisco, the FCO also applies to them.
Thank you. This next question does have to do about the FCO. Does the FCO apply to current employees or just job applicants?
So the requirements of the FCO apply to everyone, applicants, potential applicants for employment, and even existing employees when making any employment-related decisions.
Oh, that's good to keep in mind. Let's see here. Can a company acquiring another company ask for incoming employee salaries and use that information to set the employee salaries?
So yes, that's a good question, and I didn't cover that. But yeah, the answer is yes. If a company is merging with or acquiring another company, then the salary information can be used to set salaries. And I believe there is a federal law that does allow this.
Okay, that's good info. I have another question for the Fair Chance Ordinance. What happens if an employer violates the Fair Chance Ordinance process?
So if OLSC determines that a violation has occurred, then we will issue a notice to correct. And then this can lead to civil action against the employer. And remember, all we need is one violation to the FCO.
Okay, and this question has to do with the salary history. If I'm a small business, does the salary history ordinance and I guess the requirements apply to that company, that small business? And I don't know what size this employer is. They didn't give the information.
Okay, but so the answer is yes. It doesn't matter what size you are. All business operating in San Francisco must comply with the salary history ordinance.
Thank you for that answer. So that's all we have time for this particular session. We're going to take a short break and go to session 5, which is the minimum wage and paid sick leave ordinances. It's going to start at 12 o'clock. If you'd like to speak to OLSC staff, feel free to join our technical assistance breakout room, and we'll be able to assist you. I'm going to try to answer up a few questions in the chat or the answers box, but if I'm unable to get you an answer because I have to start the next session, we will follow up in the coming days. So see you soon at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Hey, Josh, your sound is great. We'll start in 2 minutes, Josh.
Great, thank you.
Hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for joining us. My name is Beverly Popek and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, and I'm your host for the day. Our office is here to help you understand your compliance requirements. We have a great day scheduled. We're almost halfway in to our contracting and citywide labor laws. Thank you for joining us who started in the very morning, but feel free to come and go as you please. The schedule is published on our website and on the WebEx registration page. Please open up the chat box and the URL with today's schedule will be found there. Thank you page. Session 5, we're here at Session 5, the Minimum Wage Ordinance and Paid Sick Leave Ordinance. These two ordinances are citywide labor laws that you must comply with if the workers in question perform work in San Francisco, and if you don't have to comply with one of the contracting labor laws such as minimum compensation ordinance or perhaps the prevailing wage requirements. Before we get to the presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features in our WebEx webinar to help you get more out of this webinar. First, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website. If you have questions about the schedule, ordinances, you want to speak to someone, please feel free to go into our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout room feature and click on join to move into that room. Helpful OLC staff are there to assist you until 4 p.m. We also have a chat box that you should open up if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complement the presentation. And you can also chat with me, although I'll be trying to answer questions in the question and answers box. So today we do have a questions and answers box feature available for you to use. Just send us your questions through this box, and during the presentation, staff will do their best to publish an answer. Now, some questions may require more information, and you may be asked to contact us. And also, if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days at the email address you used to register for this webinar to set up a time to meet or just provide a more comprehensive answer that's just not possible today during the session. Now, at the very end of the presentation, we are going to have a live question and answer session in which staff will select your questions to be answered live by the presenter. So Josh Pastrich is our presenter for this session. Evie Valle is staffing the question and answer box, and Paige Shatola is in our chat box, and Yordano Stajan is driving our slides. So welcome, Josh. Hello.
Great, thank you so much. So I will just go right in. I'm going to give a quick presentation on the San Francisco Minimum Wage Ordinance. I'm also a supervising compliance officer here with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. Next slide, please. So the office has a minimum wage ordinance, which has been in effect for some 19 years now. It is currently at a rate of 1807, and it goes up every July 1st, based on a consumer price index. Next slide, please. So this covers basically all work performed in San Francisco, with the exceptions of being covered, as Beverly stated, under the MCO or prevailing wage. But basically, if you are entitled to California minimum wage and you are performing work in San Francisco, then you would be covered by the San Francisco minimum wage, as well as covering the Welfare to Work program participants. Next slide, please. And here is the contact information, both phone number and email, and we staff those lines, during regular working hours. I would invite you to call in, and again, this is a relatively straightforward law. And that is the presentation for minimum wage. Beverly, would you like to go straight into the paid sick leave? Thank you. So in terms of the paid sick leave ordinance, this is a somewhat more complicated ordinance. It has been in effect in San Francisco for 17 years now. So many people who have been doing business are now familiar with it, but I will go over because this is a somewhat more complicated law. Next slide, please. So businesses in San Francisco are required to provide paid sick leave to their employees who perform 56 or more hours of per year of work in San Francisco. Next slide. Effective on July 1st of 2020, the minimum compensation ordinance, I know there's a lot of contractors tuned in today, integrated the paid sick leave with the PTO requirements. And so if you are falling under the MCO ordinance, you should contact directly the MCO team to see how that interplay works specific to the city contracts. Next slide, please. So in terms of use of paid sick leave, it can be used for illnesses, for injury, medical care, treatment or diagnosis. So that can range from preventative care, dental appointments, etc. It also covers family members, spouse, domestic partner, or designated person. And it was in recent years extended to also cover issues of victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, or stalking. Next slide, please. So the accrual of sick leave works on a 1 hour for every 30 hours worked basis. Paid sick leave begins accruing on the first day of work. But workers are not actually allowed to access it for the first 90 days. There is currently a cap on accrual of 40 hours for employers with less than 10 employees and 72 hours for employers with 10 or more employees. But understand that is a rolling cap, not an annual cap. And I'll speak a little bit more to that later. Next slide, please. So in terms of accrual and use of sick leave, caps are not annual, as I was saying, and that the paid sick leave carries over from year to year, which is to say that it's a rolling cap. Employers must notify employees of paid sick leave accrued each pay period. That is usually done on the actual pay stub. And employees can use any paid sick leave accrued, which is to say that there is no kind of annual cap. If they have hours accrued, they can use those hours. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is a question. Can a company front load 72 hours instead of using an accrual method? So this is a complicated question. This is a question we often get. And so I'm going to give a short answer, and then I'm going to spend a couple minutes walking back that answer. In the short term, yes, it is legal to front load 72 hours, but that would really only work the first year. It creates a lot of exposure in the sense that somebody could be hired, use 72 hours of sick leave, and then quit. And then following either the next year, or if it's a situation where somebody's actually working overtime, you would still have to be tracking the hours. So the reason companies are always interested in this works very well for the state law, where you can simply front load 24 hours every year and not have to worry about it. This does not work well at all for the city sick leave. And I would say, do not try this at home. Next slide, please. So an example is an employee has 72 hours of sick leave previously accrued and calls in sick and uses all 72. So imagine you've had this employee for some time. They haven't been using their sick leave. They reach the maximum. They use all 72 hours. As soon as they come back to work, they begin accruing hours again. And in the example here, it says, by December, they've accrued an additional 64 hours. They get very sick again. They use all 64 hours. So now they've used 136 hours in a year. But what's important to understand is that this is not an annual policy. There is no in a year. Whatever hours a worker has accumulated, they are entitled to use. And that is why, technically you could pay somebody 72 hours up front, but it does not get you out of having to track these hours, and it really provides, I think, no benefit at all to the employer and creates a certain amount of exposure. So again, I do not recommend this technique at all. Next slide, please. An example of a compliant policy would be to front load 72 hours at the start of each year and allow all unused hours to roll over to a maximum cap of 136 hours of paid sick leave at any time. So again, this is requiring 136 hours as opposed to 72 hours. I don't think that that's necessarily in the interest of the employer. Furthermore, there's a built-in assumption here, which is that they're working a standard 40-hour week. If they were working overtime, none of this works. Again, I highly advise to not do this. But to the extent that it is a question that we get, and the very technical answer is that yes, this is legally allowed, I think it provides no advantage to the employer and leads to a lot of confusion, complication, and further exposure. So I give this a 0 out of 10 rating as a recommendation. Next slide, please. Here's our contact information. We can be reached again during all normal business hours, 415-554-6271, and our website is provided there as well, where you can, our email address rather, where you can request question. Answer questions. And that concludes the paid sick leave presentation. Thank you.
Josh. Well, thank you for that presentation. We have several questions that we're trying to answer in the background here. But in the meantime, Evie did pick out some questions for you to basically start off our question and answer session. But folks, if you haven't already put the questions in there and you'd like to put a question in, we can certainly look at some more questions here. So the first question we have here, Josh, is about paid sick leave. A company has one employee in San Francisco, but more than 10 employees in other locations. What is the accrual cap? And I guess this is a paid sick leave question.
Yes, and it's talking to the how we define the size of the company. So the size of the company is counting the number of employees worldwide. So if you have 11 employees in Bangladesh and you have one employee in San Francisco, you are considered a large employer by the count. Of course, the only employee who would actually be covered by the San Francisco paid sick leave would be that one employee performing work in San Francisco. But when you are taking account as to the size of the company, you look at it worldwide.
Yes, that's really good to remember that the minimum wage for the city and county of San Francisco is only applicable to the worker, the person working in the city and county of San Francisco. So that's good. Here's another question that we have here for you, Josh. Um, I'm sorry, that just went away right there. I'm sorry. The question just went away. Sorry, having some technical difficulties here. Let's see here. Is the 40 or 72 hours annual?
No, no, it's not. And again, this is what is tricky about this particular ordinance compared to, benefits plans that you would find all over the country that, every HR person has been trained in, that these policies are almost always annual. This is not. This is a rolling policy. The way to think about it is I have a box. Okay, I work for you. I have a box. My box holds 72 hours. Every time I work 30 hours, I get 1 hour in my personal box, and I can use whatever is in my personal box whenever I need it for legitimate use of sick leave. But if you think of a box of shoes that's in your closet that had 72 shoes in it, what happens to that box on January 1st? Well, it's a little bit of a silly question. Of course, nothing happens to the box on January 1st. Everything that was in the box on December 31st is still sitting in the box. It is completely unaffected by the calendar. January 1st is no different from going from March 19th to March 20th. It is not based on the calendar. It is not annual. We call it rolling, but again, I think conceptually it's much easier to just think of it as a box. Whatever is in my box I can use. If I fill it up to 72 hours and I work for 10 more years, it can never get to 73 because the box is already full. Until I go to the dentist, I use a couple hours. Now I'm at 70. I come back, I work 30 hours, I'm at 71. I come back, I work 30 hours, I'm at 72. And now it's full again until I use some hours. But you don't get a new box. Nothing is lost. Nothing magical happens on January 1st. It is unrelated to the calendar. And that is conceptually very different than most of these kind of HR policies that you would find.
Well, thanks for that. That's good to keep in mind. I have some minimum wage ordinance questions.
Oh, good.
This,
These are easier.
well, yeah, I think so. So, this question is pretty straightforward. And what is the minimum wage for 2024? Now, we are still in 2023, mind you.
Yes.
So what is going to be the minimum wage
So
for
I guess not as
2024?
easy a question as as I had hoped. The answer is I don't know. Nobody knows. It will be based on the Consumer Price Index, which covers the Bay Area. It's a price index that's based on San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. It goes up by a certain percentage every year, and then they apply that same percentage to the minimum wage ordinance. So you can get a little bit of a sense of it by just sort of kind of going onto Google and tracking what the inflation rate has been over the last year. Will give you a good kind of ballpark figure, but getting the actual number again will come out in that process, and we post that as soon as we get it. On our website, so you can check in, as it's getting close. I know companies like to budget, what their expenses are going to be. So we do post that as soon as we get it, but we do not control that consumer price index, nor even set the rate based on it, but we get that information and post it and subsequently enforce it as soon as we receive the information.
Well, I'd just like to add that if you don't see the rate on the website, then it's not available for the minimum wage unit, or mind you, for other units, if there's a wage to post for the public. So the best place, if you really want to know if the wage is out, it's on our website, and if it's not there, we really don't have it. And we'll post it as soon as possible. Here's a good one, Josh. I think this is a question that always shocks people, and can tips be counted towards the minimum wage?
That's also a good question. Well, both in San Francisco and in California more generally, the answer is no. The tips are considered a private transaction between the server and the customer, and therefore cannot be counted against the minimum wage.
So there you have the answer. So folks, you cannot use tips to count towards the minimum wage. And it's not just San Francisco that does this, it's the entire state of California, right?
That's correct. And again, that comes from us having based our minimum wage quite sort of simply, you might say, that if you're entitled to the California minimum wage and you're performing work in San Francisco, you are entitled to the higher San Francisco minimum wage. We did not, then go in and alter any of the laws. So based on California minimum wage, which does not allow for any kind of tip credit, the same applies to the San Francisco minimum wage ordinance.
Oh, that's good info. Well, folks, I know there are some really, and I saw the questions, they're really good questions. And I know that Evie's working on answering some. If you don't get an answer today, just after this session, do not worry. We have your email address that you're registered with for this webinar. We will contact you at that email address and get you a comprehensive answer, or we might ask you to just simply call in or email a time in which you can discuss and make an appointment, because some of these items are a bit complicated. So again, thank you for joining us for session 5. We're going to take a short break, and we welcome you back to session 6. The Healthcare Security Ordinance presentation will start at 12:30. And again, if you'd like to speak to OLSC staff, feel free to join the technical assistance breakout room. Thanks again, Josh, and we will see you all at 12:30.
Thank you. I was not able to sign out. No, there was no.
Hi there, everyone. We're not going to start until 12:30, but if you're trying to go to the breakout room to ask questions, when you get into the breakout room, please raise your hand and staff will unmute you so you can ask your question. Thanks again, and we'll start at 12:30 with the Healthcare Security Ordinance presentation. Hello and welcome to the Labor Law for Suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. My name is Beverly Popek, and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, OLSC, and I'm your host for the day. Our office is here to help you understand your labor compliance requirements. We are about halfway into our amazing day to learn all about contracting and citywide labor laws. If you've joined us for our morning sessions, thank you. But if you need to jump on and off to the sessions that you're interested in, please do so. The schedule is published on our website and on the WebEx registration page. Please open up the chat box and the URL for today's schedule will be found there. So welcome again to session 6. This is the Healthcare Security Ordinance, a citywide labor law presentation. Now, before we get started into our presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features of our WebEx webinar to help you get more out of all of this. First, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website in the coming days. If you have questions about the schedule, ordinances, etc., please feel free to go to our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout room feature and click on join, move into that room, and raise your hand. That's the feature you need to use so that helpful OLSC staff will unmute you and can assist you. We also have a chat box that you should open up if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complement the presentation. You can also chat with me, your host for the day, but please be patient as I'm doing multiple things at the same time. Now, how can you answer questions and answers? Today we have a questions and answers box feature that's available for you to use. Just send us your questions through this box during the presentation, and staff will do their best to publish an answer. Now, some of the questions may require more information, and you may be asked to contact us. Also, if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days with a comprehensive answer or to ask you to meet with us so that we can go through all of your compliance options. Now, at the very end of the presentation, we have a live question and answer session in which staff will select your questions to be answered live by the presenter. Which brings us here to our presenter, Kevin Bruner. He's here for the Healthcare Security Ordinance. We have Maura Prendeville, who is in our questions and answers box. And we have Paige Chitola in our chat box, and Jordanos Dejian driving our slides. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Beverly, thanks for having me. Hi, everybody. My name is Kevin Bruner. I am a contract compliance officer who works on the Healthcare Security Ordinance team, and I am going to do my best to try to explain the Healthcare Security Ordinance, or as we call it, the HCSO, to you today. Next slide. So just a quick overview. The Healthcare Security Ordinance has been around for a long time. It's not new. It's been around since 2008. And the simplest way to kind of understand what the Healthcare Security Ordinance requires is that it requires that you spend a certain amount of money on your employee's health care for every payable hour that your employee has working in the city of San Francisco. How you spend the money on the healthcare is up to you. It just has to be spent on healthcare. And that's sort of the simplest way to think about it. It's an hourly spending requirement. Next slide. So which employers are going to be covered by the HCSO and subject to the rules and regulations? The HCSO applies to a for-profit company that has 20 or more people performing work for them anywhere in the world during a given quarter, and at least one of those works in San Francisco. If you're a nonprofit company, the Healthcare Security Ordinance applies to your company if you have 50 or more people performing work for you anywhere in the world. Now, when we're doing this kind of employee count, I want to stress that this is a global employee count. It's not just workers who work in San Francisco. It is the total workers that work anywhere in the world for your company. So you got to count them up and make sure you have more than 20, or if you're a nonprofit, more than 50. And just a note, the HCSO does not apply to government employers. If you're a government employer, you are not going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. Next slide. So which employees of your company are going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance, right? Once you've determined that the Healthcare Security Ordinance applies to your company, you have to figure out which of your employees the Healthcare Security Ordinance applies to. The HCSO applies to any employee who has worked at your company for at least 90 calendar days and works at least 8 hours per week within the city of San Francisco during a given quarter, right? They have to average at least 8 hours per week in San Francisco in a given quarter. That comes out to 104 hours per quarter. That would be the total. If a person is employed for your company for the whole quarter and they work more than 104 hours within San Francisco, they're going to be covered. A quick note, because we get this question a lot, the San Francisco airport is not within the geographic boundaries of San Francisco, and so hours people work at the airport are not going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. So, it applies to anyone who works 8 hours per week. That's a very part-time employee. So that means almost all of your employees are going to be covered by the HCSO if they work in San Francisco. There's going to be very few that don't meet that 8 hour per week average. So you need to to keep that in mind. And the employee's place of residence, the company's headquarters, where you're normally work from, it does not matter. What matters for that 8-hour average is where the actual work is being performed by the employee. Next slide. So what are the obligations of the Healthcare Security Ordinance? The biggest and most important obligation is to satisfy the employer's spending requirement. Talked about how the HCSO requires you to spend money on your employees' healthcare for every hour, that payable hour that they have in the city of San Francisco, right? Expenditures must be made quarterly, and how much you have to spend per hour depends on the size of your company. Again, when we talk about the size of company, we're talking about the global workforce, not just the San Francisco workforce. Companies with less than 100 workers are going to have a lower spending rate, right? So you can see the box at the bottom. For employers that have between 20 and 99 workers, you have to spend $2.27 for every payable hour a covered employee has on that employee's health care. If you have 100 or more employees, the rate is higher. You have to spend $3.40 for every payable hour. The rates will change every year. They're going to set to change at January 1st. They will increase. So you got to keep track of that and understand that 2024 is going to have a different rate. Next slide. So how do you satisfy this spending requirement? How do you figure out what it is? It's pretty simple. You figure out which rate applies to your company based on the total number of workers you have working anywhere in the world, and you multiply that by the payable hours that an employee had during a given quarter. Their eligible payable hours are going to be capped at 172 hours a month. That's a 40 hours full-time employee working 1 month will have 172 hours. So that's the maximum you'll have to pay. But we're talking about payable hours, not just hours worked, right? So that's anything for which an employee receives compensation, including sick time, vacation, overtime, paid leave. You would have to meet the expenditure requirement for all those payable hours, up to 172 hours a month. So let's look at this box at the bottom and look what it looks like for a full-time employee and go over what these maximums are going to look like, right? For a large employer, you have to spend $3.40 an hour, right? So times the max of 172 payable hours a month, the monthly maximum will come out to $584.80, or the quarter, which is 3 months, will come out to $1,754.40. Those are the maximums you'll have to spend as a large employer. You may have to spend less if the employee didn't work full-time or work less than 172 hours per month, but these are the most you will have to spend on your employees' health care. For a medium-sized employer, 20 to 99 workers working anywhere in the world, the rate is $2.27 an hour, right? So the monthly maximum is $390.44, or the quarterly maximum, $1,171.32 per quarter. Next slide, please. So how do you satisfy the employer spending requirement? You have to spend the required amount of money on your employees' health care. How you do that is up to you. Sort of the most common ways are providing insurance, health insurance, dental insurance, vision insurance, anything you as the employer spend on insurance premiums for the employee, for covering their family, those can all count towards meeting the expenditure requirements. You can't count the portion of the premiums that the employee is paying, right? Because this is an obligation of the employer to spend money on healthcare. But any portion of the premiums the employer is covering, those can all count towards meeting the spending requirement. Also, you can contribute to the San Francisco City option, which is a medical reimbursement account run by the City of San Francisco, created to be kind of an easy option for employers to use to comply with the healthcare security ordinance. You don't have to use the city option. You can use some kind of privately run medical reimbursement account, health savings account, or other irrevocable reimbursement accounts. What we mean by irrevocable reimbursement account is that once you put the money into an account for your employees, that money has to stay available to the employees. It can never revert back to the employer. If it reverts back to the employer at any time, it won't be a valid healthcare expenditure under the HCSO. Also, you can use some combination of these. Say you provide health insurance for employees, but the amount you're paying as the employer doesn't quite meet your obligation. You could then put the difference into a health savings account or into the city option and use those kind of things in combination. So these are the most common ways that employers satisfy the spending requirement. Next slide, please. This is something we get a lot, and you need to remember this. Direct payments to employees do not satisfy the spending requirement. You cannot meet your obligation under the healthcare security ordinance by paying the employees the required amount. And any kind of incentives you pay to employees to opt out of their health insurance or benefits, those cannot count as a healthcare expenditure under the HCSO. Again, the HCSO requires that you spend the money on your employees' health care. You cannot just directly pay the employees the required amount. Next slide. This does become a confusion sometimes when companies are subject to San Francisco's prevailing wage laws, but also the healthcare security ordinance. Many of you out there may be parts of companies that are covered by prevailing wage, and so you need to understand how these two laws work in conjunction with each other. Prevailing wage often requires that you pay a fringe health benefit to your employees in cash, basically paying the equivalent health and welfare payment to the employees just as a direct payment, which is fine under prevailing wage laws, but not under the HCSO. So what you need to do if you're covered by both is take a portion of that fringe benefit, whatever you're required to spend by the HCSO, and actually spend that amount on your employees' health care, whether that's a medical reimbursement account, the city option, health insurance. You need to spend the required HCSO portion on actual health care. You can then pay the remaining prevailing wage fringe benefit amount directly to the employees. But you need to understand that these laws both apply simultaneously, and you may have to comply with both of them at the same time. Next slide. So the deadlines to satisfy the spending requirement. Like I said earlier, the deadlines are quarterly, and the deadline is 30 days after the end of the quarter. Right? So you get to look at the whole quarter, figure out how many payable hours each employee have, and then you have 30 days to do your calculations and spend the required amount of money. This does not apply, this quarterly deadline does not apply to employees who are enrolled in any kind of self-funded health plans, as those have an annual deadline because you need to wait for the whole year of self-funded plan information before you can calculate that. But if someone's not enrolled in a self-funded plan, which is most people, then you're going to have to meet the deadline, which is 30 days after the end of the quarter. So like you have quarter one, January, February, March, you then have to spend the money by the deadline, which is April 30th. For quarter two, the deadline's July 30th. For quarter three, October 30th. And for quarter four, it's going to be January 30th of the following year. Next slide, please. Obligation number 2, you have to put up the mandatory poster. We have these healthcare security ordinance posters. You can find them on the healthcare security ordinance page of the OLSE's website in PDF format. You can print them out and you can put them up in your workplace, wherever you put up your other required labor law posters, in the break room, or if you don't have a general workplace or people work from home, you can disseminate them to your employees by email or however else you contact your employees. But you do have an obligation to put up this poster or to send it out to all your employees. Next slide, please. Obligation number 3, maintain records. The Healthcare Security Ordinance requires that you maintain any of the records that we would need in order to determine whether your company has complied with the Healthcare Security Ordinance. You have to maintain those records for 4 years. Those records include any documents that would show what payable hours employees have, such as payroll records and things like that. Any documents indicating the healthcare expenditures you made, including insurance enrollments forms or any insurance invoices you have, HCSO waiver forms that the employees signed, and we'll get into what those are in a little bit, but you would have to keep those if you want to get credit for them. And you'd have to keep anything else you would need to demonstrate compliance with the Healthcare Security Ordinance. Information that shows work locations, showing when employees worked in San Francisco or not in San Francisco, payroll records that show their start and end dates, any city option contributions or other healthcare expenditure information you will need. You need to keep this. If we get a complaint about your compliance with the Healthcare Security Ordinance, our office will contact you. We will ask for this information, and you need to be able to provide it for us. Next slide. Obligation number 4, the annual reporting form. So this is an event that occurs every April 1st. The link on our website goes live on April 1st, generally stays open for about 30 days, sometimes longer. It's for general information gathering purposes for our office, but it's a form that requires you to give us some information about your company and how you spend money on healthcare, how many employees you have that are covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance, and that kind of stuff. It's a very kind of high level thing, and we use it to sort of see general trends and gather information on employers in San Francisco. When it comes time for the lead up to the annual reporting form, we will have webinars and other documents and resources available on our website to explain the process to you and what kind of information you need to provide. Next slide. Annual reporting form notification. This is something to think about, as a lot of people sometimes do not get notified and miss the brief window to file the annual reporting form. If it opens April 1st and if you don't get it filed before the link closes, then you can't file it. We send out email notices, we send out physical notices. So what you need to do is make sure that the employer's address is properly listed with your San Francisco business registration. You'll also need a business account number and have your business registered to complete the form. That's done through the Treasurer and Tax Collector's office. So make sure your address with the Treasurer and Tax Collector is up to date so that you actually get the letter that's sent out. You can also go on our website and sign up for the Office of Labor Standards emails, which you get all kinds of information about labor laws in San Francisco and any changes, as well as get notified about the annual reporting form. So make sure you take those steps and you don't miss the notification, and you are prepared to file the form when April 1st rolls around. Next slide. So there are some exemptions to the Healthcare Security Ordinance that I want to go over. They're all a little different, so I'm going to just kind of go through them one by one. So the safest way to go about this is just assume that your employee is going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance and entitled to the required healthcare expenditure. But there are some employees that are going to be exempt. If an employee is eligible for Medicare, that's the age-based program for people who are 65 years or older, or TRICARE, which is a veterans program, not necessarily VA hospital, but sort of a subset of veterans. They will not be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. So if you're Medicare exempt, TRICARE exempt, the Healthcare Security Ordinance does not apply. Just a note of caution, if someone is on Medi-Cal as opposed to Medicare, they are going to still be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. So you have to make that distinction. Medicare for older people, not covered by the HCSO. Medi-Cal recipients are going to be covered by the HCSO. Next slide, please. You can be exempt if you're covered by another healthcare law. San Francisco also has a law called the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, which applies to companies via their contracts with the city or leases. So if you have employees who are covered by the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance, then they are not going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. Somebody can be covered by the Healthcare Accountability Ordinance or covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance, but never covered by both of those laws at the same time. Next slide. The nonprofit trainee exemption, this is a pretty rare exemption. It really doesn't come up very often. It's essentially for temporary nonprofit employees who are in very specific training programs which are sort of regulated and consistent with federal law, and that also enable the trainee to advance into a permanent position with the company. Right? This isn't for interns that are getting a few hours in on their summer break in between college. So it's not going to cover all the interns in your organizations. It's a very specific exemption. And if you have any questions about whether a trainee or an intern in your company is going to be covered by this exemption, I would say just call us or email the OLSC or call us and we will talk you through it. It's sort of fact-based situation. So everyone's going to potentially be in a different position. So we need to go through it, talk about it, and we can give you our best judgment on whether that person is going to be exempt or not. Next slide. So if you are a managerial or supervisory employee under the job duty definitions in the HCSO of managerial and supervisory employees, and you earn over $114,141 per year, then you're going to be exempt from the Healthcare Security Ordinance, and your company's not going to have to make a healthcare expenditure for those employees. I will caution you that the HCSO has a specific definition for managerial and supervisory employees, right? Everybody who's labeled a project manager or has manager in their title is not necessarily going to meet that definition. It's very fact specific. It's going to depend on their job duties and what they do. So don't assume that just because somebody is called a manager, they're going to meet that definition. If you have any questions, reach out to our offices, call us. We will look at the job description, look it over, and give you a ruling on and whether we think that person is a manager or supervisor and therefore exempt. And note that if someone makes over $114,000 and meets that salary threshold, but they're not a manager or they're not a supervisor, they are not going to be exempt, and the HCSO is still going to apply to them. Whether they make $1 million, $2 million, they could still be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance if they don't also meet the definition of manager or supervisor. Next slide. Now, I told you we would talk about the waiver forms. So, an employee who signs the Healthcare Security Ordinance voluntary waiver form can waive their rights under the Healthcare Security Ordinance, and you would not have to make a healthcare expenditure for those employees. But only certain employees in specific situations are going to be eligible to sign the waiver form, right? The waiver form only applies to employees who get health insurance from another employer, whether that's their own employer, their spouse's employer, their parent's employer, and agrees to sign the healthcare security ordinance waiver. It has to be voluntary, can't be coerced, they can't be pressured to sign it, or it won't be valid. And you need to use the specific waiver form that the OLSC has. Again, you can find that on the Healthcare Security Ordinance page of the OLSC's website. We have it a PDF form. They need to fill it out completely. It requires they put in information about their secondary employer and what type of health insurance they received from that employer so that we can verify it. But they have to fill it out completely or it won't be valid. But only in those circumstances, only where they receive health care from another employer, can an employee sign the waiver form, right? Simply declining your health insurance or signing a declaration of health coverage is not sufficient to make that person exempt from the HCSO. Next slide. More information about the waivers. Waivers are good for 1 year from the date they are signed. If you want to have them go waive past that point, you need to get the employee to sign another waiver form. They can be revoked by the employee at any time. If an employee signs the waiver form and then 2 weeks later decides they made a mistake and they don't want to waive their rights under the Healthcare Security Ordinance, they can sign the revocation part of that form and they will now not be exempt and they will be covered by the HCSO again. The waiver forms cannot be retroactive. They can't be backdated. They're only good from the date that employee signs it. They can't go back in time. If you forgot to get an employee to sign a waiver 6 months ago, you can't go back, get them to sign it, and backdate it to that day. Again, the waivers only apply to employees who receive health coverage from another employer. If the employee buys their own insurance or they have Medi-Cal or an uninsured, they cannot sign the waiver. It will not be valid. So just keep in mind that waivers are the exception. They're not the rule. Most employees don't want to sign them and give up their healthcare expenditure that they're entitled to. They don't have to sign it and they can't be forced to sign it. Next slide. Yeah, so self-funded plans. We get that you will have these sometimes. A lot of employers use self-funded plans. And so the things to remember about them is that the definition is a little bit different. I mean, the deadlines are a little bit different. If an employee is enrolled in a self-funded plan, you have to do the calculation annually. So you wait the whole year and then you have till the end of February the next year to spend the required amount of money. And they're also calculated a little differently. What you do with the self-funded plan is you try to reduce it to an hourly rate and then compare it to the hourly rate that applies to your company and see whether it meets that rate or is under that rate and therefore would require some more healthcare spending. You do that by taking the total costs of the plan for all the employees enrolled in that plan, either the national group of employees enrolled in that plan or the San Francisco group of employees enrolled in that plan, whichever you want to use and suits your purposes. And then you divide that cost by the number of hours worked by everybody enrolled in that plan. And that will give you an hourly rate that you can then compare to the healthcare security ordinance rate that applies to your company. And just a note, this is only for employees. The annual deadline is only for employees that are enrolled in at least one self-funded plan. If an employee isn't enrolled in a self-funded plan, they're only enrolled in traditional fully funded health plans, then the quarterly deadlines are going to apply. Next slide. Yeah, another issue we see a lot is surcharges. A lot of companies, restaurants particularly, will charge the customers a surcharge to comply with the healthcare security ordinance, some percentage on the bill generally. The HCSO doesn't prohibit or require employers to do this. This is something employers choose to do to pass the costs of compliance with the HCSO on to their customers. But in order to do that, they must ensure that the total amount collected by the surcharge is used towards the cost of meeting the spending requirement. And the employer must keep records of the amount collected and prove that they spent all that money on the employee's health care. Next slide. So these are some common compliance issues that we see a lot and that you should keep an eye out for and make sure you're not making these mistakes. Top of the list, failing to make any healthcare expenditures for anyone, right? If your company's covered by the HCSO and you have employees who are covered by the HCSO, then you should be making healthcare expenditures for those employees. If you're not making healthcare expenditures for any of your covered employees, that's going to be a problem that you need to fix. Another common one we see is employers spending too little on health insurance. Employer thinks, oh, I provide health insurance for all my employees, therefore I must be in compliance. Not necessarily. The HCSO is a spending requirement. It requires that you spend a certain amount of money. So you have to make sure that the amount you're spending on the health insurance meets the amount you're required to spend. If you're spending too little, then you're going to have to make up the difference in some other portion, in some other way. Number 3, disregarding part-time workers who work 8 hours a week and may not qualify for employers' health benefits. The Healthcare Security Ordinance applies to very part-time workers. To qualify, you have to work an hour of 8 hours per week in San Francisco. Right, so you may have a lot of workers that don't qualify for your employer's benefits because they're not working 30 or 32 hours, but they're definitely working more than those 8 hours per week, and so they're going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. So keep an eye on your part-time workers and make sure you're spending some money on your part-time workers who are covered by the HCSO. You need to make healthcare expenditures for them. Another common mistake is assuming employees are exempt from the HCSO when they're not, right? They declined your coverage. You go, oh, they must not be covered now. I offered them health insurance and they declined. No, to be exempt, they would have to sign the waiver. Just because somebody is labeled a manager or supervisor doesn't necessarily mean they're going to meet the definition under the HCSO and be exempt. So don't just assume that employee is going to be exempt from the HCSO. If you have any questions, reach out to our office, talk to one of our compliance officers, and we can get your situation squared away and determine whether an employee is actually exempt or not. Next, failing to make healthcare expenditures for employees with other healthcare coverage. An employee can deny your health insurance coverage because they have coverage from some other employer, and unless they sign the HCSO waiver form, you're still going to have to spend money on their health care. So make sure you're doing that. Even if they decline your coverage, if they haven't signed the waiver, they're still covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance, and you need to still spend money on their health care. Surcharges. Again, if you collect the money from the customers for HCSO compliance, you need to be spending it on your employees' health care. So make sure you're going over these common compliance issues and thinking each one through. Next slide. So what are the consequences? You know, if you don't spend the required amount of money under the HCSO on your employees' health care, you will face consequences. Up to audits from our company, where we'll ask you for all the information that you're required to keep and assess whether you've been meeting the requirements of the HCSO. You can get assessed restitution, interest, and penalties. There'll be administrative hearings and potential court actions. So you don't really want to be audited. However, we don't punish employers who contact our office and realize they've not been in compliance and want to fix the issue. We are happy to help you fix the issue. We're happy to make sure that you are, going to be in compliance going forward, and that for a period you've been out of compliance, that you make restitution properly to the employees. If you do that, if you report to us, we don't add on any of the penalties or interest or other things other than the restitution to the employees. And we help you figure out how to get in compliance going forward and how to fix the problem. It is always better to contact our office and proactively report a problem to us and allow us to help you to fix it than to wait for a complaint from one of your employees and have us audit your company. Next slide. Frequently asked questions. Here we go. All right, question number 1. I offer insurance to my employees. Isn't that enough to comply with the HCSO? The answer to that is it depends. It depends on how much you spend on that health insurance, right? Just because you offer health insurance doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be in compliance. You have to ensure that the amount you're spending on that health insurance meets the spending requirement. And, you have to make sure that all your covered employees are enrolled in that plan. You might have some employees that decline your health insurance coverage, and you'd still have to spend money on their health care in some other way, right? So if the answer to any of those two questions of whether they have the insurance is expensive enough or the covered employees enrolled in the plan is no, then you need to increase the amount you're spending on your health insurance and find a way to comply for the employees not on the health insurance. Next question. Do I need to make expenditures for employees who already have health insurance from elsewhere? Answer to that, most of the time, yes, unless they are going to sign the Healthcare Security Ordinance waiver form and are eligible to sign it. You would have to make healthcare expenditure for that employee, even if they decline your health insurance coverage because they already have insurance from somewhere else. What do I do if I've offered insurance and the employee declines it? In most situations, you'll need to find another way to meet the required healthcare expenditure, whether that's a city option or a privately run medical reimbursement account or something else. You'll have to come up with another way. Next question. What is the difference between the HCSO and the city option? It's a good question. We get this one pretty regularly. The HCSO, the Healthcare Security Ordinance, is the law that requires employers to spend money on their employees' health care, right? It's enforced by the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. And, we staff a hotline and answer all your questions, emails, phone calls, and try to talk you through how much money you have to spend and figure out how to comply with the HCSO. The city option is a medical reimbursement account run by the city of San Francisco. It's an easy way for employers to spend money on their employees' health care and therefore comply with the Healthcare Security Ordinance. So it's one of the ways you can comply with the Healthcare Security Ordinance. You don't have to use the city option to comply with the Healthcare Security Ordinance, but it's a way. The difference is the Healthcare Security Ordinance is the law. The city option is just a way for you to go about complying if you would like to. What is the city option and what do my employees get if I contribute to it? It's a medical reimbursement account. You put money into the city option, it goes into an account for your employees, and they can use it to get reimbursed for out-of-pocket medical expenses. Next question. I thought I only had to worry about employees who aren't on my health plan. Aren't those the only ones covered by the law? No. Again, the law is a spending requirement. You need to make sure that all covered employees are receiving the full healthcare expenditures that they're entitled to. So even if they're on insurance, you may not be satisfying that amount. It depends on how much it costs. Doesn't this law apply only to people who live in San Francisco? No. The employee's place of residence doesn't matter. The company's headquarters don't matter. What matters is where the employee actually performs the work. The HCSO is going to apply to anyone who works 8 hours per week within the city of San Francisco, generally, and those hours worked in San Francisco are going to require you to make a contribution. So it's where they're actually performing the work, including if they're working remotely from their house in San Francisco, those hours would count. Next question. Do I have to comply with this for my highly paid employees? Yeah, probably. Employee salary, for the most part, doesn't matter unless they're a manager or a supervisor. Then they have to meet that $114,000 salary threshold in order to be exempt. But if they're not a manager, they're not a supervisor, it does not matter how much money they make. They're likely to still be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance. Next slide. I'm confused about waivers. When are they required? The answer to that is they're not required. You should just provide healthcare expenditures to your employees. They're for pretty rare situations, the waiver where the employee receives healthcare from another employee, whether it's their own or their spouse's, and they essentially want to waive their rights under the Healthcare Security Ordinance and sign the form, then they're going to be exempt from the HCSO. But unless they agree to sign the form and they receive that healthcare from another employee, then they're going to be covered by the Healthcare Security Ordinance, and you'll have to make a healthcare expenditure for those employees. Next question. All right, where can I find more information? I think this is probably the most important question in the entire presentation. Number one, sign up for our email reviews, get our labor law updates, included the annual reporting form notice. That's very useful to get all the information. Go to our website. I will recommend this to everybody. Read through the administrative guidance, read through the rules and regulations. That'll give you a lot of good information on how to comply with the HCSO. You can also get our official notices, waiver forms, posters, all that kind of stuff. Attend a webinar. We offer a webinar like this on the HCSO monthly, so you can always sign up for that and get a presentation very similar to this. But I think most importantly, email us at hcso@sfgov.org or call us at 415-554-7892. We staff the hotline and the email every day. You generally, if you call, your call will get answered, or if you have to leave a message, we'll get back to you in a matter of hours or a day at the most. We'll answer the emails pretty rapidly. So if you have a question, if you're concerned about your compliance, if you're not sure about a situation, please email or call us. You can talk to me or one of my colleagues. We're happy to talk it all through with you and make sure that you're doing it correctly. We really want to make sure that everybody understands the law and they're complying with the HCSO. So please call us, please email if you have any questions. Next. Thank you.
Well, Kevin, thank you so much for that presentation. We are now in our live question and answer session. If you haven't done so already, please send us your questions in the question and answer box. And there's still time so that it's selected to be answered live by Kevin. In the meantime, I do have some questions queued up by Maura, Kevin, and let me pull that up. And I'll also say that, folks, if we can't get to your questions, don't worry. We will send you an answer or ask you to contact us at the email address you used to register for this webinar. And With that, let's get started. So Maura selected these questions, Kevin. So the first one I have here is about a self-funded plan. I have a self-funded health plan. How do I calculate whether I am complying or not? And what is the deadline to be in compliance?
Sure. So the deadline for a self-funded plan is annually. It's the end of February of the following year. So how you calculate it is you're trying to get it down to an hourly rate, hourly spending rate for your self-funded plan so that you can compare it to the hourly rate that applies to your company. And how you do that is by taking the total costs for everybody enrolled in the plan and dividing it by the total numbers of hours worked for everybody enrolled in the plan. And you can either do that for your nationwide group of people enrolled in the plan, or you can do it just for your San Francisco employees enrolled in the plan. But that's how you make the calculation. You divide the costs by the number of hours worked for everybody enrolled in the plan.
Cost by the number of hours worked. Fantastic. Folks, I'll just remind you that a copy of the slides, as well as a recording with how to calculate this, will be posted on our website in a few days. We also have video on demands for the healthcare security ordinance that goes through this as well that you can access right now if you'd like. But please stay with us, of course, with this webinar. And let's get to our next question. Number 2, how do I know if my employees work in the geographic boundaries of the city and county of San Francisco?
Yeah, so that's a fairly simple answer, honestly. Unlike most places, the city and county of San Francisco have the exact same borders. There is no part of the county of San Francisco that is outside the city of San Francisco. So if you're wondering if someone is working in the city of San Francisco, if they're working at a San Francisco address, then those hours are going to count for HCSO purposes. If they're not working at a San Francisco address, those hours will not count.
That is great information. Number 3, what should I do if I have determined that my company has not been in compliance with the HCSO at some point in the past few years?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You should call our office, talk to me or one of my colleagues about your situation, and we'll help you determine whether you haven't been in compliance or not. And if you haven't been in compliance, we'll give you a chance to do what we call a self-audit, which is go back over the last 3 years, figure out how much you were supposed to spend on your employees but didn't. Then we would have you write checks to the employees for those amounts. And if you do that, no penalties or interest or any of the other charges that can get put on top of it will be applied to you. It's basically a chance to make it right by your employees without suffering any additional penalty. So if you think you've been out of compliance, call us, get on top of it, get back into fix that issue. Do that before somebody files a complaint to our office, and you no longer have that option.
And I'd add that if you've joined us with the other sessions, any of the other labor laws, labor requirements have this option of requesting a voluntary audit or self-audit, but you need to contact each unit separately and make sure that you're eligible for such a thing. Let's see, number 4, how do I know whether my employees are covered by the HCSO or the HCAO?
Yeah, so the HCSO generally apply to your San Francisco workforce if they've been there 90 days and they work over 8 hours a week on average in San Francisco. However, you can figure out whether an employee is going to be covered by the HCAO because the HCAO is going to apply to your company and to your employees via a contract or a lease with the city of San Francisco. So if you have a contract with the city of San Francisco or you lease property with the city of San Francisco, check your contract, check your lease. It will be a term of the contract or a lease that you comply with the HCAO. If it is, then for any employees that work under that contract or worked at that leased location, you have to comply with the HCAO and not the HCSO.
Well, definitely. And it's very key to start at the contract law, which is HCAO first. And if it isn't applicable, then you'll go down to the citywide labor law, which is the HCSO, which Kevin just gave his presentation on. And this can be super complicated sometimes, especially if the employee's hours fluctuate. So if you do have any questions, feel free to contact the HCAO unit at HCAO at sfgov.org. Paige, I don't know if you're still there. Can you just drop that in the chat box if folks would want to contact us and you're really confused between HCSO and HCAO and which employees are covered by which one? And then, hey, we have a final question. What do we do if the company has not filed an annual reporting form?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing you can do if you miss the window, right? The annual reporting form link goes live on our website on April 1st. It generally stays open for 30 days, maybe a little longer. If you don't file it while that link is live for that period of time, then there's nothing you can do. You can't go back and file it. But what you can do is get ready for it for the next April, right? Make sure you sign up for emails, you get the notification. Make sure your address is correct with your registration with the Treasurer and Tax Collector's Office so you get the letter we sent out. Set yourself a reminder to file it on April 1st. But essentially, just be prepared to do it for the next year if you've missed it.
Well, thank you for that. So everyone, we have 2 more sessions remaining. We have session 7 starting at 1:30 p.m. That's going to be lactation in the workplace and paid parental leave ordinances. And then also after that, we have our final session, which is session 8. We have the family-friendly workplace ordinance, displaced worker protections ordinance, and military leave pay protections ordinance. I want to say about session 8, the family-friendly workplace ordinance was amended just a little over a year ago, so it's very different from the past. So you might want to attend that one. And the 2 other ordinances that I mentioned, displaced worker and military leave, those are brand new ordinances, and these are pretty much our first public presentations on that. So feel free to join us at session 8 at 2:30 p.m. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and I'll see you back here at 1:30 if you're going to join us. And if you also like to speak to OLSC staff, feel free to join our technical assistance breakout room. And once you're over there, raise your hand and staff will unmute you so you can ask your question. Thanks again, and see you back here at 1:30 p.m. Hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. My name is Beverly Popek and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer here at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. And I'm also your host for the day. Our office is here to help you understand your labor compliance requirements. So welcome to session number 7, Lactation in the Workplace Ordinance and Paid Parental Leave Ordinance. Both are citywide labor laws that you need to know if you're performing work in the City and County of San Francisco. We just have one more session left, which is session 8 after this, and we welcome you to come and go as you please. And before we get to the presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features in our WebEx webinar to help you get some more out of this webinar. So first, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website in the coming days. And if you have any questions about the schedule, ordinances, please feel free to go to our technical assistance breakout room. Just look for the breakout room feature and click on join to move into that room. Once you're in that room, raise your hand and helpful OLSE staff will unmute you so you can ask your question. We also have a chat box that you should open if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complements the presentation. And you can also chat with me when I'm not presenting. I'm actually one of the presenters today, so please be patient with me in my responses. We have a questions and answers box feature available for you to use, and that's how you can get most of your questions answered. So just send us your questions through this box during the presentation, and staff will do their best to publish an answer. Sometimes questions may require more information, and you may be asked to contact us. Also, if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days at the email address you used to register for this webinar to set up a time to meet or provide a comprehensive answer that's just not possible during today's session. And at the very end of the presentations, we will have a live question and answer session in which staff will select your questions to be answered live by our presenters. So Bianca Polovina and I are your presenters for this session. Maura Prendeville and Jade San Diego are staffing the question and answer box. Paige Chatola is staffing our chat box. And we have Yordanios Dejin driving our slides. So with those introductions, let's get started with lactation accommodation in the workplace. So the first thing I want to mention about this particular ordinance and presentation is that this is not intended for companies who operate at the San Francisco International Airport. So if you're only operating at the San Francisco International Airport, this is not applicable to you at the airport. However, if you have locations in the city and county of San Francisco, then yes, this is applicable to you. And the reason why the San Francisco International Airport is a place that we're pointing out is that it's just not located in the city and county of San Francisco. If you are an airport supplier, a concessionaire, to learn more about lactation accommodation requirements, please review state and federal requirements. So to start things off, who are the covered employers and employees? You are a covered employer if you have employees working in San Francisco. So any employer, you're covered. So that's pretty easy. And the second question is covered employees. All employees working within the geographic boundaries of San Francisco, including part-time employees, are covered. So basically everyone who's working in San Francisco is covered by this. Now notice there is a little asterisk here after this term, the geographic boundaries of San Francisco. Federal enclaves such as the Presidio, Fort Mason, the Federal Building, and as I mentioned, San Francisco International Airport, that's not included as geographic boundaries of San Francisco. A little bit about the legislative history of this ordinance. The purpose is to provide a supportive work environment to enable employees who are nursing mothers to breastfeed or express breast milk during work hours. And this particular ordinance complements state and federal law by an amendment to the San Francisco Police Code and the San Francisco Building Codes. So what are the requirements for you as an employer? It's all about lactation breaks. Employers must provide a reasonable amount of break time for employees to express breast milk. Now, the break time can run concurrently, that's if it's possible, with any break time already provided to the employee. And for the break time that doesn't run concurrently with the rest time under state law, it may be unpaid. So more about these lactation breaks and location. This is super important that the location cannot be a bathroom, and it also needs to be in close proximity to the employee's work area that meet the following criteria. So the first one on the left, it's shielded from view and free from intrusion. A separate, closed, secure room is always best. However, it's sometimes not possible or feasible. So if it's a room in which there is like a curtain because it's a glass wall, that can shield from view. Free from intrusion means that locking doors would be best, but if that is not possible, there can be signs that say that maybe the room is in use, do not enter, as well as you should send out memos, emails, information to all other company employees that the X room is now a lactation room. Please do not enter when in use. There's just going to be a sign. You can do such things to make it work. The second criteria is that it needs to be safe and clean. Cleanliness is something that maybe you can see, but is it safe? Does the employee feel safe there? That's something you should speak to the employee about, but it needs to be safe and clean. Number three, it also needs to have a surface that's needed, and that surface could be for perhaps a breast pump. It also needs to have a place to sit. Lactation can be done standing up. Could be rather difficult. And what you want to do and keep in mind of this location is that the more safe, comfortable, clean, and private the space is, the more efficiently the employee can probably feel just comfortable and get the business done in which the lactation break is for. If the person is feeling unsafe, uncomfortable, that sort of stressors will affect the ability for the person to just lactate and just make this thing happen. You also need to have this break room, have access to electricity. A plug in the room is ideal, but I have seen it and it's completely compliant and feasible where you can run a long extension cord and it fits under the door, it goes through the wall. There's many creative ways to make this happen. And certainly, again, it cannot be a bathroom. Now, if you're an employer in a multi-tenant building, you can use a shared location if you just can't have this room on your own in perhaps your office. So let me be clear about that. If you just can't have it in your own office, it's okay to have a shared location if you're in a multi-tenant building. And also with that, the employee needing the room can always ask. Yes, it's always more convenient to have this lactation room in their own office, but it is compliant to have it outside in the multi-tenant building with a shared space. And this other part where you need to provide in close proximity to the employee's work area, access to refrigerator and sink with running water. Let me unpack that a little. So the access to fridge and sink with running water does not have to be in the lactation break room. It could be in a different location, but it has to be in close proximity to the employee's work area. So I'm going to define this close proximity and what that really means. And it's really, really depends on the situation of how we define close proximity. But close proximity must be close enough that the location does not deter a reasonable employee from using it. So let me give you an example. So let's say there's a lactation break room that's maybe like 1 minute from where I reside in my office, and I need to use the refrigerator to store my milk, et cetera, et cetera. I need to clean up. I need running water, but that access to the refrigerator and or sink is like 10 minutes away. Then that is not in close proximity. It's really going to deter me from really using this particular uh, break room, not just because of the break room, but because what goes along what's necessary with the break room, which is running water, access to that running water, and a refrigerator. Now, sometimes folks are not comfortable storing their milk in a shared refrigerator. um, if you offer access to the refrigerator, then you meet the requirements of the law. It doesn't have to be a separate refrigerator just for this particular purpose. If you'd like to do that, that's fantastic. And so let's go into some more about the requirements. You need to have a lactation accommodation policy. It's required. Everyone needs to have it, regardless if you have parents or people that you think might ever use this. And in that policy, you have to identify the process by which an employee may submit a request, and you have to respond with some response within 5 business days if you get a request. And then engage in an interactive process with the employee to determine the lactation break period or periods. It could be more than one break that's really needed. Um, and I'll get into more about this in the best practices, as well as the location where it's going to be. Now, if you do deny the request, you must provide the employee a written response that identifies the basis upon which you have denied the request. And these are some exemptions. You may establish an exemption from the requirement, um, but such exemptions may not be available under state law. So in other words, if you have an exemption to this local law, you may still have to comply with the other requirements of the ordinance, as well as the state and federal legal requirements. So undue hardship under the ordinance is the exemption that folks may use to deny. And that's, of course, if you have a significant expense or operational difficulty when considered in relation to the size, financial resources, nature, or structure of your business. So here are some examples of undue hardship that could be in some circumstances. So if you had to build a room, undertake that construction project, or perhaps remove seating from a restaurant. Those are some possible undue hardship exemptions that you may be able to use as a denial, if that really meets the case. Now, some best practices, I encourage everyone to learn about lactation. Before you get into the interactive process, you should have a bit of a background of lactation and how it works, and there's always going to be best tips of having a clean, safe, comfortable lactation room for the person. Also, something to know, if you don't know this already, a lot of times the people who are lactating, even if they did it before, they've had multiple kids and they've done lactation before, it's always kind of different. And sometimes you have new folks and they're not sure what to expect and how it works. And they're doing their best and usually overwhelmed with a new baby. So please be patient. Please be open. And as soon as you kind of arrange something, you should think of it and let's see how it goes. If it's working with the person who's lactating, and they may need to amend or change the schedule. because things change. And what I mean by things change, the supply of milk may change. So that's dependent on a lot of factors such as stress, nutrition, the baby, and of course, if and how effectively the person is lactating to, access the milk. So things may change, and the breaks may have to change. So understand that. I think a lot of times employers don't understand this, but the employee's not making it difficult. It's just that they're really overwhelmed. They don't know how it's working, and they need to change things sometimes. So have an open mind and be adaptable. Um, the second bullet point here under best practices is use sample policies to make your own. You need to have a policy. It's required. You don't have to start from zero. We do have a sample policy on our webpage, so you can make it your own. We also have the rules and regulations on our website and a frequently asked questions document that's super helpful. Some other best practices is distribute the policy once you have a policy, or at the time of hire, and or issue a memo of the copy of the policy to current employees. That's like if you're creating the policy as of today and it's going out tomorrow. Make sure that the policy is in your handbook, and retain all records when you get requests and you respond. If there are any questions and OLSC has to investigate, we will ask you for your records, and the burden of proof is on you. And certainly, if you have any questions about this requirement, you can contact OLSC. So this is the information to our webpage, our phone number, and our email address. I would just add also that we have video on demand for this particular ordinance as well as all of our other ordinances, so you can get more information about lactation in the workplace on your schedule. And that concludes my presentation. I am going to hand it off to Bianca Polovina. Hi, Bianca.
Beverly. And good afternoon, everybody. As Beverly mentioned, my name is Bianca Polovina. I'm a compliance officer here with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, and I'm going to be presenting to you today about the Paid Parental Leave Ordinance. So let's go to the next slide, please. And as my colleagues have stressed through several of our sessions today, including Beverly stressing this at the beginning of this session, this presentation is not intended for companies with contracts at San Francisco International Airport, also known as SFO. SFO is not located within the geographic boundaries of the city and county of San Francisco. But now that we have that threshold matter out of the way, let's go to the next slide and talk about a general overview. You might be curious what the Paid Parental Leave Ordinance is. And as some of you know, we have no federal paid family leave program, no nationwide paid family leave. Unfortunately, our country is at the bottom of the world in rankings for this. However, our state, California, and our municipality, San Francisco, are leaders in this area. And this law, the Paid Parental Leave Ordinance, was the first of its kind for any municipality, and it's been in effect since 2017. So as we go through a lot of the different kinds of details about the Paid Parental Leave Ordinance, what I want you all to remember is that this is all about wage replacement so that people can bond with their new children. So technically speaking, the Paid Parental Leave Ordinance requires covered employers to pay supplemental compensation to covered employees who are receiving California paid family leave for child bonding purposes. And once again, the whole intent of this law is to help those covered employees take all 8 weeks of their California paid family leave for child bonding with a new baby without worrying about loss of income. So you might be wondering, what am I doing here? Am I a covered employer? Does this apply to me? And when we go to the next slide, we will look at some of these things more carefully. The first thing that you need to know whether or not you are a covered employer is to do a global count of all your employees. If you have 20 or more employees, generally you're going to be a covered employer under this law. For those of you who may fluctuate in size, what we will encourage you to do, because that's what our office does, is we average employees on a weekly basis over something called the PPLO look-back period. We're going to talk a lot more in detail about the PPLO look-back period in just a little bit. Some things about covered employers that are really important to keep in mind. Covered employers generally are private employers. Government entities are not covered employers. The City and County of San Francisco does not have jurisdiction over the federal government, the state government, UC San Francisco, the City and County of San Francisco, or school districts. So this really applies only to private employers. If you are taking a look at your total employer size and you're realizing that you do work for a private employer, congratulations, you have now learned that you're a covered employer under this law. So you might be thinking, well, what am I supposed to do? And there are 3 primary compliance requirements. Number 1, there is a posting or notice requirement, which is to post and or distribute the paid parental leave ordinance poster available on our website in English, Spanish, and Chinese. This must be posted in conspicuous workplaces, or if you are a company that has things like an intranet or online storage for resources, you can put this in there as well. Number 2, a covered employer must provide the PPLO form to any employee expecting to become a parent. Please note that the PPLO applies to many different kinds of parents: birth, adoptive, and foster. This is anybody who is expecting a child in any way. And as we live in California, that's a very broad definition, right? So as covered employers, you and all the people that come to know what is happening in employees' lives should be distributing the PPLO form to anybody who says that they are expecting a child. Third, a covered employer must calculate and pay supplemental compensation on time and in full. And just so you're all aware, all of these resources and even more resources that we haven't talked about yet are all available on the OLSC website. Let's go to the next slide, please. You might be thinking, okay, well, who does this apply to? Who is a covered employee? Number 1, this person has to work in the geographic boundaries of San Francisco. People who do not work in the geographic boundaries of San Francisco will not be covered by this law. Also very important, this person, your employee, must have started work for you at least 180 days before their paid family leave bond with their new child. So keep that in mind. It's not going to apply to people right away, but once they have worked for you for 6 months, once it's been 6 months since their date of hire, they are potentially going to be covered by this law. There are also other more detailed requirements about how frequently these folks are working within the geographic boundaries of San Francisco. There's a common thread that runs in a lot of our labor standards about regularly working in the geographic boundaries of San Francisco, and that same standard is applied here. The person must be working at least 8 hours per week in San Francisco for a covered employer. Further, those folks also have to work at least 40% of their weekly hours for a covered employer here in San Francisco. For those of you who have workers who don't go to the same spot every single day, maybe they are reporting to different locations throughout the Bay Area, perhaps they are working a hybrid schedule where they are on site some days and working from home other days. This is where you will need to keep good records of where people are working and when, because you will need to rely on these to figure out who's a covered employee. Next, a covered employee has to apply for and receive California paid family leave benefits from our state's EDD, or Employment Development Department. The final thing that I want to stress here is the employee does not have to be covered by other state or federal leave laws to receive the PPLO benefit. There are state and federal leave laws that basically provide job protection when a worker goes on leave because of a family-related issue. Those laws are the California Family Rights Act and the FMLA. Those are to protect folks' jobs. The PPLO, remember, is about wage replacement. It is not about protecting someone's job when they're on leave. So you will have to become pretty adept at analyzing each law separately. Let's go to the next slide. And as promised, we are going to spend some time talking about the PPLO look-back period. 9 times out of 10, when you call our compliance hotline and you are starting to ask very specific questions with lots of very interesting facts and unique pieces of information, the person you talk to, who will be me or one of my coworkers, are going to start asking questions like, what's the PPLO look-back period? So what that is basically defined as is it's the 12 weeks before the first day of the person's paid family leave, whether that's 12 weekly, 6 semi-monthly / bi-weekly, or 3 monthly pay periods is all good. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at basically the 12 weeks before the worker goes on paid family leave. And there are 4 ways that the look back period is really important. It's when things are a little bit unstable or fluctuating, and we use the look back period to average things out and come to conclusive determination. So number 1, the look back period is used to determine whether or not an employee is going to be covered when their work location changes or fluctuates. Number 2, the look back period is used to determine if an employer is going to be covered when their number of employees fluctuate. Number 3, the look back period is going to be used to determine if an employee is covered when their hours fluctuate. And then finally, and my personal favorite, because it involves lots of Excel work, which I'm sure you're all very excited about, the look back period is used to calculate the average normal weekly wage when wages fluctuate. So those are all the things that we, OLSE, and you, the employer, are going to use to figure out a variety of things under the PPLO. And as a general reminder that I'm sure all of my coworkers have stressed repeatedly over this webinar, if you ever have any doubt about whether you as the employer or your employees are covered by the PPLO, you should call us and we will talk about it and we will come to a determination together. So let's go to the next slide. And what we have done for you here is we have put together a nice little to-do list that my colleague Paige has also been putting into the chat, because you can download this and you can distribute it among your HR and benefits teams. So again, to recap, your employer to-do list is to post a notice available on our website about the PPLO, which changes every year. Number 2, to provide the PPLO form to any employee who indicates that they will be or have become a parent. And again, that notice is available, that form is available on our website as well. Number 3, the covered employer is going to determine each employee's eligibility for paid parental leave ordinance supplemental compensation. And then finally, the employer is going to calculate and pay the employee supplemental compensation. The employer is not the only one with a to-do list. The employee has a to-do list as well, which is on the next slide, and we'll go over that now. This is also available on our website in a variety of languages. The employee must first apply for paid family leave through the EDD. They can do that online or on paper. Second, the employee must complete the San Francisco paid parental leave form. Ideally, they are getting it from you because you are on top of things and fulfilling all of your obligations as a covered employer, but sometimes employees find the PPL form on our website and fill it out themselves. Finally, the employee needs to submit the completed San Francisco PPL form and provide that along with the notice of computation from the EDD and give that to the employer. Some of you who have seen our PPL form will notice that there's a couple different boxes for employees to check. They can grant you, the employer, release to access the records through the EDD. We do encourage employees to do that, and just as important, we encourage them to proactively give you, the employer, their notice of computation so that there is no delay or any concerns about the EDD holding anything up. We also encourage the employee to maintain all their records and all the receipts from the EDD and to give their employer notice once they have received their first paid family leave payment. So that's the to-do list for the employee. Now, before we start talking a little bit about the most exciting part of this presentation, calculating and paying supplemental compensation, what we wanted to do, which we'll cover on the next slide, is we wanted to spend some time explaining paid family leave. Now, our office doesn't enforce paid family leave, but because the San Francisco paid parental leave ordinance is considered the companion to paid family leave, it is important for us to share information on it in this presentation. So this is an employee-funded benefit through the state of California that workers pay into. And for our purposes, what we are concerned with is that 8 weeks of partial wage replacement to employees while bonding with a newborn, adopted, or foster child. People can take paid family leave for other reasons, such as caring for a seriously ill family member, but for the purposes of the paid parental leave ordinance, we're just focusing on child bonding with a newborn, adopted, or foster child. So the EDD benefit, depending on income, is 60 to 70% of the employee's gross weekly wages, up to a cap. The weekly cap, both this year in 2023 and next year, 2024, are the same, $2,700 per week. Please note that both parents can take their paid family leave at the same time or at different times, and they can take that paid family leave all 8 weeks at once consecutively, or they can take it intermittently in week-long or multiple week-long blocks. The only caveat is that the new parents must take all of their 8 weeks of paid family leave within 1 year of the child's birth, adoption, or foster placement. So for more detailed questions about the paid family leave program, we will have to refer you over to the EDD, and their phone number is here on this slide, 855-342-3645. All right, now it gets fun. Let's go to the next slide and we're going to talk about calculations. So this is what you as the employer are going to need to make all of this work. So number one, you're going to need the paid parental leave form because you have been on top of things. You already provided it to the worker. They excitedly filled it all out and they gave it back to you promptly, and even better, we hope they've attached their notice of computation, which gives you what you need next, which is the EDD weekly rates. That would be on their notice of computation. And then from there, we have very exciting things on our website. We even have a calculator on our website where you can start putting in all of this information and figure out what that person's gross weekly wage is and what you'll need to figure their supplemental compensation. So what I'd like to say on the gross weekly wage is you're going to get some of this information, yes, from the PPL form, and you're going to get it from the EDD notice of computation, but you also have your own payroll records, and you're going to be using that 12-week look back period just in case the person's wages are fluctuating. If they're not, you don't have to worry about it, but you as the employer at this point should have everything that you need based on the PPL form, the notice of computation, and your own payroll records. So where, as far as we are concerned, that should really help you get everything you need. We do need all those pieces of information if you have more concrete questions for us. And just as a reminder, about 4 slides ago, we talked about that look back period. That is precisely where you're going, that time frame that you're going to be looking at for those wages. So let's go to the next slide and talk about some of the math. So what you are ultimately trying to figure out here is you're trying to figure out this first variable, what the PPLO supplemental compensation. And you know that the supplemental compensation plus the EDD weekly benefit is supposed to equal the gross weekly wage. So by having the second variable, the EDD paid family leave, and the final amount, the sum, the gross weekly wage, you can calculate back and figure out the PPLO supplemental compensation. So for this purpose, we made it relatively easy. The person gives you their EDD form, or you alternately were authorized to get this via release, and you contacted the EDD, and you realize that the EDD weekly benefit amount is $700 a week. You take a look at your own payroll records for that 12-week look-back period before the anticipated first day of paid family leave, and you calculated, all right, this person's gross weekly wage is about $1,000 a week. You get to the supplemental compensation rate by subtracting EDD, paid family leave, weekly benefit from the gross weekly wage. So $1,000 minus $700 yields $300 a week. Like we said earlier, this is an 8-week long program, so your total supplemental compensation obligation to this particular employee is going to be $300 per week times 8 weeks. The supplemental compensation is going to come from you, from the employer. Let's go to the next slide and talk about when the employer pay the employee the supplemental compensation. Ideally, if employer and employee were able to do everything that they needed to do prior to the leave commencing, the law basically encourages employers to align themselves as much as possible to the ongoing payroll cycle. So if you are generally paying people on a weekly basis and the employee has gone out on leave, what you should be doing is you should be paying weekly that weekly supplemental compensation rate for the entirety of time that the person is on their paid family leave. What you really need to know is when it is too late so that you can avoid this as much as possible. The law has a hard line of if you have gotten this far without paying this employee, you are definitely in trouble, and that is 30 days after the paid family leave period has ended. If you are not going to meet this deadline, you are going to be liable for penalties and interest. So it is absolutely in your best interest to move as quickly as possible once you have all of the documentation from the EDD and from the employee. If you are concerned or have questions about timing, you should call our office immediately. So with that, we have more or less covered the basics, and now we're going to talk on the next slide about some common compliance issues. These are common compliance issues that my fellow compliance officers and I see anecdotally on a fairly regular basis. We have included them here to make sure that you do not fall into any of these traps. The number one compliance issue that we see is the employer failure to notify the employee about their rights. As soon as you, the employer, become aware that an employee is expecting to become a parent, again, by birth, adoption, or fostering, you need to provide that person with a PPLO form and document when and how you did so. I cannot stress this enough. It will save you so much time and heartache if you can start really dialing in on this particular compliance requirement. There are also a number of misconceptions around the paid parental leave ordinance that we would also like to dispel. We have heard from employers and their representatives that they believe that paid family leave and PPLO compensation are only for birth mothers. This is false, and it is 2023, and families are pretty diverse. So take your cues from the names of these laws themselves: paid family leave and paid parental leave. This includes all parents, birth, adoptive, and foster. We've also heard employers and their representatives tell us that they believe that employees have to take all 8 weeks of paid family leave at once. This is also not true. The law specifically permits intermittent leave to be taken. Another common misconception that we've heard is that if an employee hasn't worked for me for 180 days yet, they're not covered by this law, so I don't need to notify them of their rights. We just really want to stress that a failure to notify the employee by having the PPLO poster in the workplace and giving that person the PPLO form as soon as you have learned that they're expecting a child, that is a standalone violation of the PPLO. So you should just be distributing that form like it's going out of style as often as you can and documenting it. There aren't only common compliance issues that we wanted to share with you, but there are also some best practices that can help you avoid these issues. Let's go to the next slide and talk about some of these best practices. One of the very first best practices that everybody should be focusing on is to thoroughly update your employee handbook, your online portal, whatever you call it, all about the PPLO. Wherever your workers are getting information about their job, you should be putting our PPLO information in that. And please, again, keep in mind, we have a lot of different formats of things on our website, and all of them are at least accessible in Chinese and Spanish as well. The second best practice we want to share with you today is to train everyone, supervisors, managers, everybody, on PPLO duties. For some employers, the first people who hear about someone expecting to become a parent is not the HR benefits team, it's their immediate supervisor or some of their coworkers, things like that. You need to have all your supervisors and managers trained on what the notice duties are on the PPLO form and on the law itself. Number 3, please, to save your own sanity as well as your workers and that of the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, keep good records. Keep records of the PPLO form, the dates on which you provided that form to employees, and the dates of which the employees returned that form to you. If you did submit anything to an employee in a language other than English, you should note that too. And you should be giving the PPLO form to employees in their primary language as well. You should also be communicating with the employee before, during, and after leave on any issues about supplemental compensation. You should be maintaining all EDD and payroll records. You will actually have way more problems than just the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement if you are not doing these things, but we included them here anyway. Next, you should use the calculation instructions and the calculator on the PPLO website. Our analyst team has worked very hard to create these tools for everybody to use, and we want you to use them. So please visit our website and download all of these things and use them. You should also pay the covered employees supplemental compensation at their regularly scheduled pay periods whenever possible. And then finally, another great best practice is that you should contact the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement if you have any questions at all about the PPLO. So let's go to the next slide and just briefly recap all of the resources that we have on our website. My colleague Paige has again put in the chat what our email address and our phone number are, but our resources on our website are many. We have the official notice that's required to be posted. We have webinar slides and audio presentations just of the PPLO. We also have those great Excel calculators and written calculation instructions that we've put together. We've got frequently asked questions. We have the rules that our office, our agency implemented to interpret the law itself. We've also got the plain language of the ordinance itself if you enjoy reading municipal codes. And we also have all of those employee and employer documents like the to-do lists in multiple languages. So you can visit sf.gov/PPLO anytime. And then finally, for our next slide, just wanted to once again remind you all of our website, our phone number, and our email address. 415-554-4190 is our hotline. You can also reach us at pplo@sfgov.org. Just a couple of things before we go to more concrete questions, both on the lactation ordinance and this ordinance. Please keep in mind on the paid parental leave ordinance, we are glad to help you and will help you on the paid parental leave ordinance, but there's a number of things that we cannot help you on. We can't help you on paid family leave, pregnancy disability leave, the California Family Rights Act. We're going to refer you to the state if needed. We also cannot answer questions about the FMLA or provide tax advice because we are not the state or federal government, nor do we have any jurisdiction over those entities. And with that, I'm going to give things back to Beverly so we can get into our Q&A.
Well, thank you so much, Bianca, for that comprehensive presentation on the paid parental leave ordinance. We're now at our live question and answer session. You can still submit questions in the question and answer box, and they may be selected to be answered live. So Bianca, I'm going to give you a little bit of a break. I have Jade queued up some lactation questions. So the first question I have for lactation is, does every business have to have a lactation policy? We don't have any parents. So the answer is yes, you need to have a lactation policy, and that's just a requirement. It doesn't matter if you have parents or no parents. You just need to have a policy because you never know, this may be needed. So let's see here. I have a question about the bathroom. If the bathroom could satisfy, and I want to make it clear that a bathroom cannot satisfy the requirements of this ordinance. So a bathroom is not sufficient and you'll have to get a different space. Number 3, where can I find a sample accommodation policy for lactation? We have that on our webpage for the lactation accommodation ordinance. So please go there and you could find that there. And then let's see, next one I have here is, when must an employer distribute its lactation accommodation policy to its employees? So the best practice is really at the employee's first time of hire. You can also, of course, distribute a copy of the policy to any employees that inquires about pregnancy or parental leave. And if you have a handbook and you're just redoing it and you don't have the policy yet, you should definitely put your policy into your handbook. But in the meantime, you can always send out a memo via email with the policy before the actual policy gets into the handbook, and that's how you can distribute things. And then I think the last one here I have for lactation is must all employers have a policy? And yes, that's an easy answer. The answer is yes. So let's move on to some PPLO questions. Maura has been queuing this up. So Bianca, the first question I have here for you is, my employees earn bonuses. Do I include bonuses when calculating the average weekly wage?
Yes, that's a great question, Beverly. And when we are talking about calculating the average weekly wage, it is important to note that OLSC really relies on state law about this topic, about the topic of wages. And generally speaking, under state law, bonuses do count as wages and would be included. So bonuses earned and paid in the look back period would be included in calculating the average weekly wage.
Thank you for that answer. The next question I have is, we already have an internal paid family leave program in our company. Do we still have to do all this PPLO stuff?
That is another good question, Beverly. And it's the way I like to sort of describe it is the California Paid Family Leave Program and the San Francisco Paid Parental Leave Ordinance kind of are assuming that the employer doesn't do anything. And so, generally speaking, what all employers should do, regardless of whether or not you have an internal policy, you should still put up the PPLO poster and you should still provide the PPLO form to anybody who is expecting to become a parent. And further, you also need to put the PPLO information in your employee handbook. If you are well resourced enough that you have an internal family benefit program, there are a number of different ways that our office, OLSC, would look at it to see if it truly replaces the paid parental leave ordinance and state paid family leave. But more likely than not, it probably won't. I would say that for very specific questions on internal paid family leave programs, you should call us with details. But what we're really, bottom line, always recommending every employer do is you should still post the PPLO poster. You should still provide the PPLO form to anybody expecting to become a parent. And you've got to be able in your employee handbook to account for both your internal paid family leave benefit and the PPLO / California paid family leave benefit, because our law is really about child bonding. A lot of companies have very different policies that cover things that are not about child bonding. So go ahead and for that person who asked that question, reach out to us with your specific policy and we can kind of review that more carefully together.
Thank you. This question doesn't make sense to me, but I'm sure you're going to be able to answer it and explain it. Isn't this 6 weeks? Why is it 8 weeks?
Yes. Okay. So for those of you who have been involved in benefits and compliance for several years, you might remember a time where the California Paid Family Leave program for bonding with a new child was only 6 weeks. But about 3.5 years ago, the state expanded that through legislative amendment. They expanded that from 6 weeks to 8 weeks. And here in San Francisco, our ordinance also expanded from 6 weeks to 8 weeks. So right now, as of December 2023, paid family leave and the PPLO supplemental compensation are for 8 weeks.
Great. This question is it's come in to all of our sessions, I think. I'm worried about my company. They may not have been in a PPLO, they might have a PPLO compliance problem. What should we do?
You should call us at your earliest convenience with as much information and detail as you can find. We would far prefer to work with an employer who comes to us and expresses concern so that we can figure out what to do. That is much better than an employee filing a complaint, because if an employee files a complaint, that triggers other responsibilities that we must uphold to enforce this law. So we can definitely talk you through how to figure out the scope and extent of any potential non-compliance and get you on a path to correcting it if needed.
Thanks. This next question has to do with the calculations. This employer is very confused. Can your office do the calculations for me?
Although we understand that this can be overwhelming, our role in providing technical assistance really is just explaining what the law is, creating resources like this webinar, as well as the calculation instructions and the calculator that are available on our website. We will do our best to answer very limited questions that help you figure out what to do, but generally speaking, if our office is involved in this level of calculations, is because we're investigating the entire workforce, which is not what you want. You want to get so good at this that you don't ever have to call us anymore. So please, no, we will not do all your calculations for you, but we will definitely refer you happily to all the resources on our website.
Well, that's all the time we have for this particular session. I want to reassure everyone that if you sent in a question, you didn't get an answer during the session, we will reach out to you at the email address that you registered for this webinar and get you an answer. And also these slides as well as recording will be posted on our website in the coming days. So please, you can always review. And we have a video on demand for PPLO that is available right now in our video on demand library. So thank you again for joining us for session 7. We are going to take a super short break, and at 2:30, session 8, the Family Friendly Workplace Ordinance, Displaced Workers Protections Ordinance, and Military Leave Pay Protections Act will start at 2:30. If you'd like to speak to OLSC staff, feel free to join our technical assistance breakout room. Thank you again to Bianca Polovina, and we'll see you very shortly. Well, hello and welcome to the Labor Law webinar for suppliers for the City and County of San Francisco. My name is Beverly Popek, and I'm a Supervising Compliance Officer at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. And our office is here to help you understand your labor compliance requirements. So welcome to Session 8. It's our final session for today. We're going to learn all about the Family Friendly Workplace Ordinance, Military Leave Protections Act, and the Displaced Workers Protections Ordinance. All three of these requirements are citywide labor laws. Before we get to the presentation, I'd like to go through some of the features of our WebEx webinar so you can get a little bit more out of the webinar. First, the slide deck and a recording of this webinar will be available on our website in a few days. And if you have any questions about the ordinances and you want to follow up on things that you heard earlier today, feel free to go into our breakout room, which is the technical assistance room. Just look for the breakout room feature on WebEx and click on join. Once you're in that room, please raise your hand and helpful OLC staff will be there to assist you and unmute you so you can ask your question. We also have a chat box that you should open if you'd like to see public announcements and helpful information that complements the presentation. And you can also chat with folks like myself, although I am presenting for this first part, so I won't be able to respond right away. So how can you ask questions and get answers? Today we have a questions and answers box feature that's available for you to use. Just send us your questions through this box, and during the presentation, staff will do their best to publish an answer. Some questions may require some more information, so you may be asked to contact us. And also, if you don't get an answer during the webinar, our staff will contact you in the next few days at the email address you used to register for this webinar to set up a time to meet or provide a comprehensive answer that's just not possible today during the session. Now, at the very end of the presentation, we will have a live question and answer session in which staff will select your questions to be answered live by the presenters. So here we are at session 8. We have Maura Prendeville, myself, and Josh Pasrich are your presenters for this session. Jade San Diego, Maura Prendeville, and Josh Pasrich are staffing the question and answers box. We have double, triple, multiple duties today. And Paige Chatola is staffing our chat box, and we have your Daniel Stajan driving our slides. With those introductions, let's get started with the family-friendly workplace ordinance. This particular ordinance and presentation is not intended for companies who operate at the San Francisco International Airport, as citywide labor laws do not apply to SFO because the airport is not located in the city and county of San Francisco. So to really understand the family-friendly workplace ordinance, you really have to understand what it says in the ordinance about employee rights. The family-friendly workplace ordinance gives covered employees the right to a flexible or predictable working arrangement to assist with caregiving responsibilities for any of, as well as a combination of the following. So the first one is for a child or children for whom the employee has assumed parental responsibility, or it could be for a person or persons with serious health condition in which there's a family relationship with the caregiver. And the third particular item is, or perhaps for a person who is age 65 or older in a family relationship with the caregiver. If you notice, there's an asterisk with the family relationship, and family relationship means a relationship in which the caregiver is related by blood, legal custody, marriage, or domestic partnership. And this is as defined in the San Francisco Administrative Code, Chapter 62, or the California Family Code, Section 297. And it may be amended from time to time to another person, such as a spouse, a domestic partner, a child, a sibling, a grandchild, or a grandparent. So now that you understand what the family-friendly ordinance gives an employee, let's understand if you are perhaps a covered employer. And not every employer must follow the family-friendly workplace ordinance, only what we refer to as covered employees. And to be a covered employer, your business must employ 20 or more employees, and these employees can be anywhere in the world. If you go to the OLSC webpage for the Family Friendly Workplace Ordinance, you will find the rules and regulations implementing this ordinance. Look at Rule 21, or excuse me, 1.2 for assistance in determining if you are a covered employer if you have fluctuating employees. Now, in addition to being a covered employer, you must have a business location within the geographic boundaries of the city and county of San Francisco. And a business location is defined as any physical space used for the business to run its operations. Now, not every employee is covered. The law established requirements to be a covered employee and entitled the rights provided for in this ordinance. So an employee must have worked for the employer at least 6 months and work at least 8 hours a week within the geographic boundaries of San Francisco to be a covered employee. So of note, there's a new aspect to this particular ordinance, and this ordinance was amended about just over a year ago, where the geographic boundaries of San Francisco were expanded to include teleworking, but that comes with some guardrails. So let's unpack this telework expansion. And this is important to understand because we do have a lot of options for telework now, and especially after the lockdown and the pandemic. So an employee is covered under this ordinance if they are assigned to a San Francisco business location at the time they make a family-friendly ordinance request. And it's if they make it regardless of where they're physically working. And an employee is not covered by the family-friendly if they were never assigned to a San Francisco office. So when you look at this as an employer, you really have to consider factors such as maybe the location of the employee's computer, their manager, teammates or coworkers, personnel file, and where the employee worked prior to beginning telework, and or to the employee's proximity to the business location. So that's some information about telework, and also take a look at Rule 2.3 because that's just a highlight and there's some more information there in our rules about it. And really, to comply with the family-friendly workplace ordinance, it's important to have a detailed understanding of what the requirements are. So let's go through them. So first things first, once you receive a completed written request, you need to review it and determine if you can provide that employee with the flexible, predictable work arrangement to assist in caring for their children, family members with serious conditions, or a family member 65 or older as requested. Note that I said upon receiving a completed written request. So it needs to be completed written request, and if there's something that's incomplete, you don't have to do the review. But we'll go through this a little later. You should tell that employee as soon as possible that you're not able to accept the request because they didn't submit a completed written request. So number two, once you receive the request, it's a completed written request, and if you do not agree to the request, you need to engage in a good faith interactive process to determine a mutually agreeable arrangements. And three, if you're unable to accommodate the request, you need to notify the employee in writing explaining the undue hardship determination and the employee's right to request a reconsideration and file a complaint with OLSC. So this is really the high-level requirements of the family-friendly workplace ordinance. Let's really get into some of the details. And this slide, you're like, wow, that's quite a lot. It's a flow chart of the family-friendly workplace ordinance request process. And this chart is available on our webpage. And I think you should certainly download, print, and keep a copy of this flow chart available if you want to learn this and you need to learn it, and if you are involved in the process to keep track, organize with everything, because there are a lot of details in this process. So I'm going to take you through this process over the next several slides. So starting at the very beginning about more about employees submitting a request. I want to refer you to what we say in Rule 3 about this stage in the process when the employee completes and submits a completed written request for a flexible or predictable working arrangement. Um, they have to submit it to you in writing. Now, if the employee is making the request verbally, the employer must tell the employee that a written submission is required. A little bit more about this written submission. It's best to have a form. I think that's best practices. We have a sample request form on our webpage, which meets all of the necessary information for an employer to conclude if it is a valid or complete request. So you can make up your own. You can ask them to email you something, but you're probably not going to be happy with getting partial information. It's just going to make the process difficult for you and delay the entire process, not only for you, but the employee who needs this accommodation. So the written request must explain how the requested arrangement is related to the employee's caregiving duties. And that could be a section in your request form, but that information is needed. So saying that I need Tuesdays off is not good enough. An employee must explain why they require the arrangement and be very specific to the terms of the request, including how long they expect to require the arrangement. And this might be tough because clearly some will have an end date. For example, maybe they need this request until the end of the school year, but others may be less definite, and it's really hard to say, such as if they're caring for an ailing parent or someone with a medical situation that maybe hopefully is temporary. But there needs to be some sort of end date that's given, and the employee can always make another request to extend the accommodation. Now, the employees should submit their request at least 21 calendar days before the requested start date, since the law affords the employer 21 days to issue a determination. So let me stop right there. You, the employer, have 21 days to issue a determination once you received a completed written request. You have to move quickly. But reminder here that sometimes employees may be in a situation where they may not have 3 weeks notice of their caregiving duties and the need for the accommodation. Keep that in mind. And in those cases, please make your best effort to issue a determination as soon as possible. So once you, the employer, receives a completed written request, the clock starts. The employer has 21 days to issue a determination, and that time frame can be extended if both you and the employee agree and confirmed in writing. Now, you may find that the employee's attestation about their caregiving duties is sufficient. However, you as an employer, you do have a right to request verification if necessary, but within a certain parameters. So let's unpack this employer's right to request a verification. And there's a lot of information about this in Rule 4 in the rules and regulations for these examples. So let's say an employee requests to work 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. on Tuesdays so that they can take their grandmother to a standing medical appointment that she is unable to get to without assistance. Now, you as the employer may ask the employee to provide a note from the healthcare provider confirming the weekly appointment and its date and time. However, the employer may not ask about the reason for the appointment or require verifications from the employee's family members that they are unable to take their grandmother to this appointment when there's no basis to believe that the employee's attestation is invalid. But if you have demonstrable reason to believe that the employee's attestation about their caregiving duties is invalid, then you may be able to ask for additional verification. However, you cannot ask for information that would require the disclosure of private medical information. So, for example, if the employee recently requested the same schedule on Tuesdays so they could participate in, let's say, a weekly golf league at Golden Gate Park, and it was denied, you denied it. And then they request the family-friendly workplace ordinance arrangement soon after for that exact same day, exact same time. You may have a reason to believe that the request is not valid and therefore may require additional verification to support the request. Again, the requested verification must be within reason and not require the disclosure of medical or privileged information. So if you agree to the requested arrangement, and I want to be super clear about this, you can just grant it. You should confirm in writing and issue the determination of, yes, we want to grant your request, and do that within 21 days, calendar days of receiving the request. But what if you don't agree to the request? Let's just say that you believe there's an alternative arrangement that could meet the employee's caregiving duties, but be less impactful on your operations. Then you must engage in an interactive process with the employee to discuss an alternative arrangement. This is the only way, and this is the process you have to go if you do not want to grant the request in full. So interactive process, remember that you have to issue a determination within 21 days. So you must engage in a timely basis to discuss alternatives that meet not only the employee's caregiving responsibilities, but perhaps if you configure a way or arrangement that better suit your business operations. Now, the discussion, this interactive process is not for show. It has to be done in good faith, and you're not supposed to obstruct the process. And part of that good faith is doing a real analysis of the employee's duties and roles and making the best efforts to find a workable arrangement. And working arrangement that meets the caregiving needs of the employee and what you need too. So while an employee may be displeased that they are not receiving perhaps their original request or arrangement of choice, this is important now. As long as you provide an arrangement that allows the employee to meet their caregiving responsibilities, you will be in compliance with the family-friendly workplace ordinance. So right there, I want to pause before I get to the next slide, is that you must understand the employee's request and how it pertains, how it relates to their caregiving duties. And you have to really understand what their caregiving responsibilities are. If it's just them, is there someone else involved? You know, once the employee requests this, they open up the window and the door for you to ask these questions. So find out and ask. And as long as you provide an arrangement that allows the employee to meet the caregiving responsibilities, you will be in compliance with the family-friendly workplace ordinance. So take careful notes. Perhaps the original or the first request may not be able to be accommodated by you, but maybe a second or third brainstormer idea can be possible. So take careful notes. And then if after engaging in an interactive process, there's no agreement, let's go down this road. If there's no agreement and you as the employer can deny the request, but only if you can prove that approving that arrangement to meet the employee's caregiving duties would cause an undue hardship. You as an employer are not required to alter or impede your business operations in a manner that would cause significant expense or operational difficulty. However, you must be able to demonstrate that significant impact amounting to what we call undue hardship. And this is the only reason you can deny a request if you have undue hardship, which means that you need to take notes and or record the analysis of that significant impact that amounts to undue hardship. And of course, all documents should be kept on file at least 3 years, as such documents may be needed to be submitted if there is some questions or an investigation. So undue hardship, again, is the only reason for a denial. Let's look at the definition of undue hardship. It's causing the employer significant expense or operational difficulty when considered in relation to the size, financial resources, nature, or structure of the employer's business. Now, the denial must be in consideration of the most current arrangement the employee has requested, whether it be the original request made or the altered request that resulted from the interactive process. If an employer asserts that you could only comply with some of the requested arrangement, for example, you can reduce the hours but not allow the employee to begin work earlier in the day without undue hardship, you need to comply with the provisions of the request that you can. And for the parts that you are going to deny because you can demonstrate undue hardship, you can just do that. So it could be a partial granting of the request. But if you are denying any part of it, you need to have the information analysis to support that undue hardship. Now remember, each situation is unique and subject to individualized analysis. So you should consider circumstances in determining whether or not you can assert an undue hardship. And remember that the burden of proof is on you, the employer. So if the employer is able to demonstrate this requested arrangement would cause undue hardship, and there's no alternative that would meet the employee's caregiving duties without also causing the undue hardship, then you can deny the request. Your denial must be in writing and contain the following: an explanation of the basis for the denial and undue hardship, and some details with that, notification to the employee of their rights to A, request reconsideration, and B, file a complaint, including a notice of the family-friendly workplace ordinance. So remember now, if you deny the employee at the end of that original first process of the 21 days, the employee has the right to request a reconsideration by the employer as long as they make that request within 30 days of receiving the written denial. And then the employer, if the employee does a reconsideration request, you must meet with the employee within 21 days of receiving the request for reconsiderations and make a true reconsideration of the request based on information provided. There should be different information. Maybe you didn't understand it. What I've seen as a compliance officer in working on this ordinance is that the requesters don't share a lot of the information or important information to the employer. The information is guarded, and without sharing that information, the employer has almost no other choice than to say no. We encourage Transparency, please make that known that you want to really understand someone's requirements or caregiving duties and everything that's involved. Um, do that from the beginning in the interactive process, and perhaps you don't have to go down this reconsideration road of, wow, I never knew that. If I knew that, we could maybe have worked this out. So now let's go back here. If you're on the reconsideration path and there's nothing that's changed, and you've looked at this again, and you need to issue a final decision within 14 days of the meeting, whether that's a denial based on undue hardship, or if you can just grant it. Of course, you can just grant it. You don't have to wait for 14 days or any days. At the end there, an employee may file a complaint with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, and that's our office, if they file for reconsideration and believe that the denial was inappropriate. And remember now, there could be partial denials, so you have to make sure you're able to back up your undue hardship analysis and the denial. So the employee must have either received a response to the request for reconsideration, or perhaps the timeline in which you, the employer, to respond elapsed without a response. There are some noticing requirements. Take a look at Rule 11, but basically you should post the poster or the notice. We have that on our website, and we have a printable version that is in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Tagalog. And if the language is spoken by 5% or more of the workforce is a language other than these, you need to translate, and you're responsible for translating the form and providing it to the workforce. You should also provide the employees the request form or a comparable form within a reasonable amount of time after the employee inquires about a family-friendly workplace accommodation. And you should start taking notes of when that happens, if there's any inquiries, audits, and investigations. So there is a sample request form on our webpage. Please give a copy of the form to current as well as new employees. And then employers must also add this policy into your employee handbook when your handbook is updated. But best policy, best practices is you can always email this out and send a memo that, hey, this is the policy for the family-friendly workplace ordinance, and this policy will be in our handbook at our next version. Now, I'm not going to go through the details about enforcements and procedures, but you could see that in Rule 12. And just really to wrap it up, I just want to go through some best practices. The first bullet point is that you must engage in an interactive process with the employee to attempt in good faith to determine a flexible or predictable working arrangement that's acceptable to the employee and you. This interactive process must be timely, it must be in good faith. It could be either orally or in writing, and it's between you and the employee. I really have found in my experience that orally meeting, in person, virtually, or just a telephone conversation is much easier and faster and understandable than going back and forth, written in an email. It can really slow down the process. And you also are not able to ask as many, maybe get answers to your follow-up questions, because sometimes you may ask the question, you won't get the answer. So I really recommend that you speak with the employee to do this process. And then certainly put everything in writing. Keep good notes, emails, keep all the calculations, save the document for 3 years, and remember that each situation is unique and subject to individualized assessment. So for more information, these are some of the resources we have. We have a web page. As I mentioned, we have rules and regulations. There's a poster, there's the request form, and we also have a video on demand, which is available right now, which is a comprehensive training with slides. So that concludes my presentation about the family-friendly workplace ordinance. Don't hesitate to send questions in the questions and answers box. I am going to hand this over to my colleague, Maura Prendeville, to present on the Military Leave Pay Protection Act. Hi, Maura.
Thanks, Beverly, and thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to present on one of OLSC's newest laws, the Military Leave Pay Protection Act. If you have not experienced this in your personal life, you may not be aware that a lot of people in regular civilian jobs are also members of the military. They might be in the National Guard, they might be military reservists, and if they are, they often have to take time off of work in order to either attend some training, to assist with emergencies, respond to natural disasters. They can be sent overseas, and all the while trying to maintain their regular civilian job. And what a lot of people may not realize is that while they are doing this military service, they are frequently experiencing a reduction in pay because the military pays less than their regular job. So in order to prevent reservists and guards from suffering a pay reduction during their leave, the city of San Francisco designed this law so that military members can try to achieve full pay during their service. Next slide. So who is a covered employer? One thing that's very different about this law compared to some of our others is that it applies only to very large employers. So your company has to have 100 or more employees worldwide to be covered by this law. The location of those employees and the location of the employer's headquarters does not matter, like a lot of our other laws, but it does have to be 100 or more. So if your company is nowhere near that size and never will be, you can probably just take a break right now and come back to our next session. So it's only very large employers. And again, like most of our other laws, government entities are not covered. So if you're a covered employer, what do you need to do? The first thing you need to do is notify employees of their right to supplemental compensation as soon as you become aware that they need time off work for military service. You also need to put information about this law in the next edition of your employee handbook. Our office does also have a poster available for posting at the workplace. An employer needs to calculate and pay the supplemental compensation to the employee on time and in full. And one thing that is not in this law that typically is in most municipal ordinances is job protection. The reason that's not there is because federal and state laws already require job protection from employers for employees that are taking time off to go to military service. So you are already prohibited from taking adverse action against employees who are taking military leave. And so for that reason, it's not also written into the city law. Okay, so which employees are covered? Some of these will look familiar. They need to work within the boundaries of San Francisco. Part-time, temporary, seasonal employees are all covered. That status doesn't matter. However, one thing that's different is that there's no length of tenure requirement for an employee. So you could have a brand new employee that started last week. They're going to be covered by this law if they tell you that they need to go take military leave. And again, as we've discussed, the San Francisco airport is not within San Francisco, so San Francisco airport employees are not covered by this law. And then the employees that are covered are also members of any branch of the U.S. military, so including National Guard, Army Reserve, anything in the U.S. Armed Forces, or any other uniformed service organization of the U.S. So if you have someone who's going to be taking leave and you need to pay them during their leave, the framework is kind of similar to the parental leave law that we have. You're basically going to look at how much pay the employee gets from the military and how much they normally get, from you as the employer, and you pay the difference. So, for example, if you have an employee who normally earns $400, who normally earns $400 a week, $4,000 per month as at their place of employment, and you know that $2,400 of that is going to be coming from the military, then you would pay the difference for the however long they're on military leave. Next slide. So again, you're paying the difference between the employee's gross military pay and the amount of gross pay they would have received from the employer had they been working on their regular schedule. If the employee has an irregular schedule, then you're going to want to use a look back period and determine how much their normal weekly wages were during that look back period. So if you have someone who, for example, is a per diem nurse and their schedule is all over the place, you're going to utilize the look back period to determine what their normal weekly wages are. And one thing that to note is that the employer does not need to pay for any time that the employee would have either not been scheduled to work or would have been scheduled outside of San Francisco. So for example, if you have an employee who says, hey, I'm in the reserves and I have to go to a training Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and this is an employee who works Monday through Friday, you would only need to pay them for that Thursday, Friday, and not the Saturday, Sunday, because they're not normally scheduled to work on Saturday, Sunday. Same thing if you have employees that change locations and they're sometimes inside of San Francisco and sometimes outside of San Francisco, you don't have an obligation for the time that they normally would have been scheduled outside of San Francisco. Next slide. How to know how much pay your employee is getting from the military. So there's a few different ways. There is a spreadsheet that's available through the military that provides pay information according to rank. I'm going to ask if one of my colleagues can put that link in the chat so that you can see it. But if you know the employee's rank, you should be able to look up how much that they would get from the military. The employee often has written military orders also. Sometimes they will show pay, or the employee might have a wage statement to verify the pay that they're getting. We have heard that sometimes the military, because it's a very large bureaucracy, sometimes it can be a little bit slow for that information to come out. So if an employer is not sure and can't figure out the military pay in advance, you are also permitted to estimate it and make adjustments on following pay periods. One basic is you want to make sure that employees do not receive more than they would have if they hadn't gone on leave. So the goal of the law is for the employee to suffer no loss in income, but not to earn more when they're on military leave. So you just want to get them to their regular salary. And the leave and the pay can be taken in daily increments for 1 or more days at a time. So you can also have to pay incrementally. And the maximum an employer has to pay for is up to 30 days in a calendar year. So you could have someone who's deployed for 3 months, but your payment obligation is only for that 30-day period. And timing. Employers should make a good faith effort to provide the supplemental compensation at the next regular pay period when that's possible. So that's why I said earlier that if you don't quite have the military pay records available to you yet, if you're able to estimate and make a payment in this pay period, you could true it up in the next subsequent pay period, but you want to make a good faith effort to get the employees paid as quickly as possible. And record keeping requirements, I believe all of our laws have this, but you want to keep record of the employees' military leave paperwork, keep record of any supplemental compensation that you provided to them during that period, and then their schedules and hours worked. You want to keep records of that in case they later come back to you and ask, why did I get this dollar amount? You can justify that by going back to your own records or looking at the look back period and showing them how you arrived at those calculations. And we do have some resources. Again, this is a fairly new law. It's only been in effect since February of this year, but we do have a website available with a few FAQs, a link to the statutory language and the poster. And as usual, we do have a hotline where we can answer employer and employee questions about this law. And one thing I should add is that because the law went into effect in February of this year, it's not retroactive. So if you have employees that took military leave prior to that date, there is no obligation to pay them. If you do have employees who took military leave following February 19th of this year and you have not yet supplemented their compensation, then you should do so right away or call us and ask us to talk you through that. And that's all I have, so I can take some questions now.
Oh, Maura, we're going to do questions at the very end.
Okay.
Josh is going to do our next presentation with the Displaced Workers Protections Act. Hey, Josh. Hey, Josh, I think you're on mute.
Hi, how's that?
Perfect.
Great. Okay, this again is another one of our new laws. It went into effect on May 22nd. And so this presentation is kind of deals with these sort of very unique situations where you're either taking over a janitorial or security guard contract, or one is being taken over from you, and the sort of obligations that triggers. I won't be getting into sort of the granular details about what information needs to be provided and all of that. I'm just going to try to outline very quickly the situations that would trigger this. And at that point, you could either, very carefully read over the requirements of the ordinance or call our office to sort of get detailed information as to how to comply with this. But this presentation will be primarily about, understanding when you're in this situation, and then kind of stepping forward from there. So, as I said, this went into effect on May 22nd, 2023. The law requires awarding authorities to work with contractors to retain employees for at least 90 days after the termination of a service contract. Awarding authorities refers to any person that enters into a contract for security, janitorial, or building maintenance services performed within San Francisco. So that's basically who's covered by this law. Next slide, please. So it's also important to note, because I know there's a lot of people listening in that have contracts with the city. The city is not covered by this. City janitorial and security guard services would be covered under the Prevailing Wage Code 21C. So it's important to kind of understand where you fall in terms of these contracts. Next slide, please. So again, in order for a contractor to be covered by this law or this ordinance, it's limited to security, janitorial, and building maintenance, and you must employ at least 25 people. Next slide, please. So the ordinance requires that the previous contractor, so the person who's losing the contract, provide information regarding the current employees to the successor or the new contractor. So you're going to have a list of your employees, hire dates, different kinds of information, contact information, etc. The successor contractor or the new contractor then, if they qualify for this, must retain those employees for 90 days. Next slide, please. So again, this is a very brief overview. It's particularly trying to let you know when this situation arises and when you may be subject to these requirements. If you get into that situation, I would, that's when you should really read this over, and, because you'll forget the little details over time. You want to, when you're in that situation, read it over. You can contact us at the information on your screen, and we'll be happy to kind of walk through the very specifics of this. That concludes the presentation, and thank you to everybody, especially those who have made it through all of the presentations today.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Maura, for your presentations. We're now at the live question and answer session. You can still submit questions in the question and answer box that may be selected to be answered. Let's see, Jade queued me up, so I'll go first with some questions for the family-friendly workplace ordinance. So the question is, first one is, does a family-friendly workplace ordinance request need to be in writing? Yes, it needs to be in writing. And if the employee makes a verbal request, you as the employer must immediately direct them to submit a request in writing. The best practice, as we went through, is to have some sort of form that will capture all of the necessary information for you to understand what is the roles and responsibilities and caregiving duties of that employee, and how does it pertain to getting to work and things like that, and that's going to be helpful for you to figure it out, and maybe granting it from the original request, or perhaps thinking that, oh no, I'm not sure, so we should go into that interactive process to figure out, maybe it might be a no, because this is an undue hardship from what we understand and everything. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one is, what do we do if an employee does not make a complete request? What are obligations? What's required of us? So if an employee does not make a valid written request, then you need to inform the employee as soon as possible, and you should also take careful notes on that. And you should probably put it in writing in an email, that you've told them, you informed the employee, and it's not valid, the request is not valid, and to just resubmit. Next question. Can an employer require an employee to exhaust protected leave such as FMLA and CFRA before considering family-friendly workplace ordinance? Yes. If the reason for the leave qualifies under the FMLA and or CFRA, the employer can require the employee to exhaust those entitlements before pursuing a family-friendly workplace ordinance request. And then the final one that I have for family-friendly is, what if I have multiple requests? What do I do? So you should come up with a consistent policy. Perhaps if you have multiple requests that's come in at the same time, seniority can be considered. But as requests come in, you may have to revisit requests or accommodations that you've already granted. So that's something to think about. Military Leave Pay Act. Maura, when do I need to notify my employees about this law?
Well, if you're aware upon hire that they are a Guard member or a reservist, then yes, you want to do it right away upon hire. If you do not know that, you will need to just provide the information immediately upon getting notice that they're requesting time off for military service.
That sounds great. And then a question about the supplemental compensation with the Military Leave Pay Act. Do I have to pay supplemental compensation for weekend training if the employee has to take Friday off to travel to the training?
So assuming in that scenario, you're referring to an employee who's regularly scheduled Monday through Friday, you would pay for the Friday, so the travel time to the service, that would count, but the Saturday, Sunday, weekend would not be something you'd have to supplement if that person is not normally scheduled to work on the weekend.
That's a good one because we have a lot of reservists that go to, duty on the weekends. Moving over to the Displaced Workers Protections Ordinance, Josh, we have this question about which employees are covered under this law. Can you go through that?
Again, it's the security guards, janitorial, and building maintenance. Um, Basically, the idea is to sort of give the existing workers a fair sort of a fair shot at retaining their jobs so that they will perform the duties for 90 days. It will give the new employer a chance to really have a look at them, see if they're capable of doing the work, um, and sort of providing that transition so that, if a contract is suddenly given from one company to another, that people aren't blindsided who have been doing perfectly good work and suddenly lose their jobs.
Well, great. That's about all the time we have for questions. The rest of the questions require answers that need to be taken offline. So do not worry if you did not get an answer to your question. We will contact you in the next few days at the email address you registered for this webinar. I'd like to remind you that the technical assistance room is open and available until 4 o'clock or until the last person leaves. And we've come to the end of our all-day webinar. I'd like just to recognize and thank my colleagues at the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement for their work on this live webinar. And on behalf of the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, we thank you for being a proactive and engaged employer to understand your labor requirements. Please remember that OLSC is here to help you understand these requirements, and don't hesitate to reach out to us if you need support. Thank you again, and I will just leave the slide up just to allow folks to go into the breakout room if you so desire. Thank you again, Maura and Josh. Hi, folks. Our webinar is over. We have a technical assistance breakout room for you to join us if you'd like to be unmuted and ask questions. Ying Wu and myself are in there. Just go to the breakout sessions option and click on join breakout session. There's only one room. It's called the technical assistance room. Raise your hand and we will unmute you and help answer some questions. Hopefully we'll see you there in the breakout session. Thank you.